Alright. I'm scared. I've never been stuck on a boss for this long on stream before. And so this is like, it's a little new for me. I'm a little nervous. I'm 100% having an Ingon moment. Is that even how you say his name? Ingon? Is that how you say his name? That's like fully how I feel. I feel like my confidence has... yeah, I feel like my confidence has wavered. Come on. I just have to remember... Didn't... Aegon. What's his name? I love that man. Oh my god. Cooper, come here. Aegon is my boyfriend, don't talk him. I'm not... This isn't me disliking the man. I love the man. I just like am really bad at pronouncing and remembering names. I'm trying to be better. Aegon. See, even the chat can't agree. Okay, wait. Hold on, sorry. I have to put... I always thought it was Egon, but I think the voice lines say Aegon. Oh, I see. Cooper, can you come here? Are you ready? Are you ready to fight the final boss with me? I'm terrified of Radon after seeing Iron Pineapple say he's overtuned, considering the stuff I've seen him put up with in Steam dumpster diving. Yeah. Yeah, I think the only person that I've seen publicly say that the boss was okay was fighting Cowboy. But that Cowboy is built differently than all of us. Apparently this fight can be Sekiro parried. Oh, me, okay. Oh, the music is so loud. Hold on, sorry. I'm actually gonna turn this off. Apologies for the loud ass music. Fuck, man. He doesn't even seem difficult to like Freed. So I want to like make a point to say there's some things about this boss that I don't quite understand. I will say that. But at the same time, I don't think he's that far off. Does that make sense? Like, I feel like if they just tuned a couple of things or like slightly adjusted a couple of things, I think he would be perfect. And he's actually not that miserable to fight. Like, I think that there are changes that can happen that would like fundamentally fix him in like a really good way. I think, yeah, first phase is fine. Yeah, I feel like there are aspects of first phase and second phase that I think should be shifted a little bit. I, for one, think that if Mikolo whiffs the hug, there should be like a couple seconds of downtime that the player should have. Like if you're able to dodge something correctly, you should be able to be rewarded. But like after they whiff the hug, they can go immediately into another combo, which doesn't make much sense to me. I think that like I think that there's like a little bit. Yeah, we should be able to whisper back. Yeah, we should be able to grab Mikola and whisper back and be like, I'm gonna fucking kill you. There's like a couple of things that I think could be fixed. Whereas like there's other bosses in the game, in the DLC, where I feel like it's really rough from like other aspects. Like when I talked about the sunflower before, it's more just like a sensory clusterfuck. Like the fight itself, I don't know. And also like the fight itself felt like it could lend itself to having torrent sometimes, just because of how far the boss slingshots himself across the boss room and like how frequently he does it. For example, like Putrescent Knight slingshots himself across the boss room, but he re-teleports, or like his horse re-teleports and he repositions. So it's not that much of an issue, but the Sunflower will like launch himself across the boss room and then we'll just spam long ranged attacks. And it makes closing in the gap just chew up your endurance, which then like this Erdtree is okay. So this let me rephrase this. M7, the Erdtree is fine, but there are like a couple of things that could be more helpful. Like I don't think that the damage is bad, and I don't think that the attacks is bad, but I think the traveling aspect of the fight can be a lot. And then I also think too the color of the sludge and the color of the attacks in the boss room, everything is very monochromatic, and it's difficult to like visually see things, especially if you are somebody that gets like visually overwhelmed quite quickly. But I don't think that he's unfair by any means. A boss that I do think is unfair, I do think Gaius could use a little work. I think that like if they allowed him to spawn across the boss room as opposed to in the center of the boss room, that would fix the entire fight. Like I think the time in which we first approach Gaius and he's like on the other side of the boss room just kind of fucking around and then he rides up to us, totally fine. When we are entering the boss room, you should not get like fucking obliterated right out the gate. He's too close. He's too close. Yeah. Like it's just, I don't even think that like he's too bad. I think that like there are ways that you can fix these bosses without like changing their damage output. Like if they just nerf Gaius, like if they just nerf his damage output, I don't think that that's gonna fix the issues. Do you know what I mean? The gap closers the bosses have in this DLC is nuts. Yes, and like it really makes entering the boss room feel very difficult. Which like I'm fine for that. I'm okay with that for maybe like one or two bosses. But there's just too much. It makes okay, so Jen, I actually think I could do this fight as an intelligence endurance mage. This particular fight, I actually feel more confident. But I also learned how to play Elden Ring with a mage, so like I kind of know. I kind of know like how to put distance between myself and the boss, but that also requires summons. Like you do need a tank. I don't think I could solo this as a mage by any means, but I do think anytime that he spins around and like targets Ansbach, smacking him with like hella ice magic seems like I wish with this current build that we had Chilling Mist long distance, but it sucks that we don't. Like if I did like a big tanky shield with some intelligence and like could put down like a few like really get in there with the frost. Aldia's Blade. Aldia's Blade, okay. Aldia's Blade, Chilling Mist, and like a bunch of other stuff. But make sure you have the endurance and the strength to have like a really solid great shield. Like it would definitely have to be like a strength intelligence build. I did Rotten and Ice Breath hiding behind summons. That's how you beat it. Aldia's Blade, Radagon's Talisman. Let's fucking go. Hold on one sec. My partner is sending me stuff. That's so cute. Okay. Azure staff. I really like the Lasat staff for my character, but I'm also using like Ghost Flame. I'm using Ghost Flame incantations. I copied your strat with more shield. Wait, hold on. Pots for Mimic Tier and a cold weapon that did the trick for me. Yeah, I'm like thinking that is the move. But I did run out of materials for ice pots. I need more maggots. I do need more maggots. Let's go. I'm gonna run to like the jail just super quick and snag some wormies, and then we'll get started. I forget exactly like where in the jails they are though. They're in like the side rooms, right? Usually. I literally need one worm. I need simply one worm. And then I'll have infinite pots. Hey, there we go. Okay. Infinite pots for my Mimic Tier. All right. Here we go. There. Okay. Easy. Easiest game of my life. No, my dyslexia for frost maggots like fucking killed me the first time I picked one up. I was like, is this game calling me a slur? What is happening? What is going on? Okay, I also want to change my loadout, my flask loadout really quick. No. Okay. There's another thing too that I'm gonna do. I want to try something really quick. Wait, where is it? Ashes of War. Hey, thank you so much for the subscription. I really appreciate it. Where's my thrusting? Where's my spear? Spear sword. Spear sword? Hello? Sword lance? That's it. It's weird because it's not going to do as much damage as heavy. Heavy does like... All right. I want to try something really quick. I also low-key kind of want to put on different music. But I don't want to pull away from like the ambiance. Oh, it's gonna overload me. Let's just do Gaius's set. Did I have medium load last time? Where was I at? No, I didn't have medium load. Okay, whatever. Let's just do Gaius's set and let's like take it easy. Let's take it easy. Oh, am I overloaded again? Fuck. I really want to just see. I'm gonna go in there by myself. I want to just like take a peek at how the frost buildup works for a spear if I just like sit and poke for a little bit. I'm doing some scientific research right now, so please be patient with me, chat. Let's see. I put on Lee's music, sensory overload. Oh no. Or which songs were you listening to? Hey Quaylog, good luck with this one this time, I know. getting a little cheeky there with my heels. Oh, I got too cheeky again. I actually think we could do this. I actually think we could do this. I actually think we could do this. I actually think we could fucking do this. Okay, winnable. Winnable. Alright. Let me try with the boys, and then we'll try without the boys again. Because I know the boys are going to add a bunch of health, but like, y'all don't understand. So everybody in the chat is like, oh, don't summon Tullier. Oh, don't summon him. It's for the lore. Okay? You guys don't understand. Tullier and I have like a pact. We have a pact. We promised each other. We promised each other. Down in the dark abyss, we promised each other. Okay? You wouldn't understand. You wouldn't understand. Okay? I don't expect anybody to understand. Okay. It's the St. Trina fan club, 100%.
General Radon, a pleasure to see you. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Mold will have his dignity.
Hey, thank you for the subscription! Oops. Shit. Get the fuck out of there! Okay. Oh, okay.
I promise you, 1,000-year voyage guided by compassion.
Okay.
Let your thoughts be only of love.
I need to try to kite him over this way. Please, Ansbach. Oh, Grandpa! Grandpa's gonna get fucking blown up. Grandpa's somehow still alive. Okay. Oh, Grandpa's so fucking dead. Okay. Might be toast here. So that's okay.
Let your thoughts be only of love.
I think I might I might be able to run it by myself. Maybe. I don't know. There was a time when we were able to keep Ansbach and Talia alive, like, pretty far into it. I don't know if I'm going to be able to heal this this affliction. That's okay. That's okay. What's with that After Effects ass attack? I don't know, man. Okay. Okay. Shit, I fucked that up. I actually fucked that up. I need to just be staring at my endurance bar this whole fight. That's what needs to happen. This is an endurance management battle, y'all. There's a new healing physic that keeps the boys alive? Tell me about it. Tell me about it. Oh shit. I meant to fat roll through that, but it didn't even come out. I might wash this one. Hold on. I'm gonna wash this one. I'm gonna wash this one. Oh. Yeah, I think it's a talisman. Gotta kill a Wickerman. Is it any talisman? Is it any Wickerman, or is it just like, is it a particular one? Okay. We're good. I'll slap some, somebody was saying make sure to reset your frostbite. I do think that, like, frostbite, the frost affliction is better for when you have more boys. So if I had Talia and Ansbach in here, when a character is frostbitten, they receive more damage. But I know that the frostbite proc does do a big chunk of damage. So in the long run, it is better for me to reset the frost proc when I'm soloing. So I might add fire jar to my Mimic Tier, so that way my Mimic Tier can reset the Frostbrock, essentially. Do need to get some space. I'm really hoping that my Mimic Tier can pull because I need to heal with the Physic to get Opaline. Nope. Okay, I'm just gonna do it here. That's fine. That's fine. Thank you. Okay. Oh, it's this attack. Okay. We're running. Okay. Oh my god. Mimic Tier, please stay alive. Mimic Tier, please stay alive. I need you, Mimic Tier. Please save me, Mimic Tier. Oh!
I promise you, 1,000-year voyage guided by compassion.
Mimic Tier, please save me, Mimic Tier. Oh my god, Mimic Tier, please fucking save me. Oh, Mimic Tier's gonna die. Mimic Tier's actually gonna die. Mimic Tier's gonna die. Oh, I'm so fucking dead. Okay, no. Okay, we might be saved. Mimic Tier is gonna fucking get nuked. Okay. Mimic Tier, please. Mimic Tier, please. Mimic Tier, please. Please save me, Mimic Tier. I need to pop the fucking Great Rune. Ah, no. Mimic Tier, please. I'm gonna cry. Mimic Tier. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna pee. I'm gonna throw up. How long have we been streaming? 33 minutes. We fucking did it. We fucking did it. It's over. It's over. It's fucking over. Oh my god. 0 deaths, by the way. We did it. We did it, everybody. Oh my god. First try, easy. Yeah, Moog supremacy, wearing the Varius mask. Oh my god. I'm shaking. I'm shaking. Alright. Oh, fuck, okay. In their childhood, Mikola saw Radon as a lord, his strength and his kindness that stood in stark contrast with their afflicted selves. Does that mean Radon stood in stark contrast with Saint Trina and Mikola? Or is that like a general statement, like regarding all the demigod children? I don't think that they're saying that he was afflicted. It was saying like Radon stood in contrast with like all the other kids. just Mikola. Okay, yeah. Or like, at least with Mikola. Like, Mikola was like, I wish I could be big and beefy. Yeah, I was thinking it was in relation to Mikola and Melania. I agree with that. Because Mikola and Melania are like twins. But it could be Mikola and St. Trina as well. Mikola saw Alpha Chad Radon and thought, he just thought Radon was so cool and wanted to be like him. And like, also, I guess that Radon was very kind. I mean, we kind of knew that with the horse. But like, we did know that he loved animals. But like, he was also like a war lord. So like, yeah, it reminds me of the Twin Kings relationship from Dark Souls 3, 100%. 100%. And so Mikola made his heartfelt wish that Radon one day would be his king consort. That's so fucking funny, y'all. To me. That it wasn't like, oh, Radon can control the stars, so therefore Mikola was like, I want to be able to control fate, so that way the gods don't have, like, control over us anymore. But, like, it fully was just that, like, his brother was big and beefy and nice. That's so fucking stupid. But, like, fair, you know? It's wild that this place was built out of bodies. So, initially... Okay, so let me talk about Crucible lore really quick. So, the Crucible in a lot of item descriptions says that it's the primordial form of the Erdtree. And me and Bree were talking about this last night. Bree, Bun. Yeah, we're gonna go look at the bodies. Me and Bree Bun were talking about this, and we were kind of like sussing out how we were feeling about the Crucible, because it's like linguistically, I talked about this in a video before, but Rutsubo is like, means like a big mixing pot or like a big melting pot. And I've always kind of wondered if the tree was made of bodies, because we see the bodies get absorbed through the root system. But I also thought that like the prime material of the trees were bodies, and we got confirmation of that in Belurot. Like a lot of the twisting double helix trees that Belurot was able to create was through the mixing and grafting of shaman bodies. But let me go investigate this really quick. Oh my god, we can't even climb up there. No way. Okay. Okay, wait, hold on, let me... I'm gonna go check his armor still, but I just wanna like... Look at the hanging bodies. There are hanging bodies? Oh, like the ones up top? Are you talking about like the ones that are... Yeah, they have like hella horns. So it's all the... Well, we knew... So we knew that like the Omen men were being put in the jars too. Because at first I was like, oh, is it just the shaman? But in the jails we got confirmation that like there are tons of Hornsent who were lamenting and like were a part of the jar rituals. So it's not just the shaman, it's like everybody. My theory is the gate is made of nothing but Hornsent. Oh, for sure, Jen. I mean, like that was evident in the I mean, not the Hornsent part, but it was evident that like the gate was made out of bodies, given the That's so interesting that Mikola uses we pronouns.
I'll make the world a gentler place.
So we as Saint Trina. It definitely seems like... What the fuck? This is so interesting. This is so interesting. Okay, wait. I think Saint Trina and Mikola have a battle for control. Oh, for sure. It seems like Saint Trina and Mikola... Hold on one sec. 3 cutscenes, 1 remembrance, 7 items, literally the same point said over and over and over again. Not how... Oh, but Cosmos, I feel like a lot of the lore is like always been told through the environmental storytelling. It's a painted world. It's a painted world. We gotta go investigate. We gotta go stare at how like everything sits. Okay, the circlet of light which adorned Mikola's head as he returned in divine aspect. It has begun to fade into nothingness. Slightly boost the power of intelligence, faith, and arcane. I fucking knew it! Oh my god. Well, also, oops. While also the power of Mikola's light. This circlet was said to be the very foundation upon which Mikola's Age of Compassion would be built, should it ever come to pass. I definitely think that, like, Mikola's mindset was that if he could manipulate the entire world to be peace, to, like, experience peace, that would be the only way to go about it, because humanity can't help but, you know, fuck shit up. This is cool. This is a cool little circlet. I dig it. I don't know how I feel about, I feel like Mikola feels very George R. R. Martin. And Marika feels like, I know obviously Marika was also written by George, but Marika's motivations and like her storytelling reminds me a lot more of like Miyazaki's motivations in a lot of ways. I mean, I know Marika, like for a lot of people, reminds a lot of folks of Cersei in some ways, but I do feel like she's just like Gwyn again. Elijah Robertson, I don't think... So Elijah says, I really, really don't like the transcoded character being a manipulator who tricked a man. I think that, like, it sucks because in the West, it's going to be used in, like, a really shitty way. But I think that establishing a character that has, like, 2 very different aspects of the self, like the feminine aspect and like their other aspect, and they become like in unbalanced or in disagreement with one another. I do love that kind of storytelling. I think in the West we just have like a totally different view because of a lot of the violence that we see towards transgender people. So it is like, and also like the social attitudes surrounding transgender people, it's like quite difficult. But like I also wouldn't expect Miyazaki to like fully understand like the climate, because Miyazaki understands like Western history quite a bit, but I don't think that I would particularly like expect Miyazaki to fully understand like the trans experience in America specifically. But I do think that like, and I do think that, yeah, you could still think it sucks. Yeah, Elijah, that's what I'm saying. Like I'm saying that like I don't expect very much from somebody from another country to like understand why it's important to represent people in media in a certain light, but at the same time, and like the ways that it impacts our day-to-day lives. But at the same time, I also think that the story is very well written and that nobody's exempt from like the way that Marika and Mikola's stories kind of pan out, which is like suffering and trauma leads to potentially dipping your toes in fascism when and like genocide when you feel hurt or oppressed. Please don't use, I'm gonna actually, Ethan, I'm gonna give you like a timeout or like a ban. It's not propaganda. Trans rights and like people of different gender backgrounds is not uniquely like Western. It's also indigenous and like Eastern. There's like a bunch of different cultures that have identities that vary. So I'm gonna give you like a warning. If you think it's just Western propaganda, I am gonna ban you. Because that's really fucked up and stupid. That is like brain rot mentality. That is like fucking idiotic. So just a heads up. Just a heads up. Just like a kind reminder to fucking, yeah. Trans and gender non-conforming people are older than Christianity. Yeah, 100%. Okay, yeah, I'm just gonna fucking ban that guy. Fuck it. Fuck it, we ball. Fuck you. You fucking idiot. I literally don't have, like, time for that. So. I'm not your mom. But yeah, like, all that shit is, like, incredibly complex. Yeah, we got lore to discuss. Fuck you. Like, you're fucking, like, ruining the vibe. Let me switch over to Enya really quick. There's an important Crucible item that you missed in Raw. Okay, I'm definitely gonna go run around Raw like a crazy person. But yeah, the reason why I was saying, oh, don't leave yet. I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna go back. Don't worry. I just need to go, like, check out what Enya has to say. I love that the crown glows. It's kind of sad that it's, like, not, like, an unalloyed color, though. I would have loved it to be, like, a pale. Weren't there gender non-conforming priests in the temples to Ishtar? Likely. Alright, yeah, so, like, their afflicted selves is, so this is kind of the way that, like, I also refer to Saint Trina. So Saint Trina and Mikola, you use male pronouns for Mikola and you use female pronouns for Trina, and you use, like, we, they, their when you're referring to both of them as a singular aspect, because while they are the same person, they have differing intentions and perceptions. So that is, like, for those of you that have heard me say he for Mikola, that's why. But it's pretty cool. In Hinduism, many of their gods are canonically trans. The idea that it's a Western thing is silly. No, it's, like, actually fucking stupid. like it's legitimately, like, it's legitimately fucking stupid. Are you reading both chats? Yeah. Okay, let's take a look at why do we have two different swords? Interesting. Lord and Light. Okay, so one is Promised Consort. Okay, but let me read. The great swords of black steel wielded by Radon in his youth. These look different than the other ones. A pair of weapons decorated with the lion's mane motif. These were in his possession immediately before triumph over the stars, and the swords of a lord who does not rely on physical strength and gravity alone. Okay, so Promised Consort is imbue the two great swords with the light of Mikola, and then deliver a slashing attack accompanied by columns of light. Additional inputs allow for up to 2 follow-up attacks. And light speed slash is assume a luminous form and leap forward to deliver a downward slash at the speed of light. This attack will be followed up by an additional light attack, charged to increase power of the skill and number of follow-up attacks. The strength of Mikola upon his deorific return, wielded as an incantation, annihilates foes with the Pillar of Light. Mikola sought to accept all that was and would be, but found one that refused to be embraced. No wonder, as one god and one king consort... Oh wait, hold on. All. But found one that refused to be embraced. What does that mean? That's so like, yeah, it's referring to us maybe? I mean, I guess that's why we're fighting Mikola, is because like we are trying to be Elden Lord and like our consort is Marika. And so it's saying like there can't be two. There can't be both, you know? Right. We have two different helms now. Interesting. The golden helm worn by Radon in his younger years, proudly displaying his heroic red hair. It is fitting attire for a lion. When Melania, Blade of Mikola, let the rot flower blossom in Aeonia, Radon heard her murmur, "Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god, we know what she whispered! Oh my god!" We finally know! We finally know! In the fucking cinematic when Melania, she stabs herself and she like whispers something into Radon's ear. She fucking knew, but I wonder why she had to march on him and do the Aeonian. Is it because... So she had to go. What did we need? We needed his soul. Oh my god. So like, okay, I think I understand. I think I understand. I think I understand. So I think that like, so some people are saying he refused to be the consort, but I also know that Mikola needed to put his soul in a body, like in a vessel, like in Mohg's body. But like, I keep asking myself, why Mohg? Why Mohg? She needed an omen body, maybe. That's what I'm saying! Yeah, Mikola says our vow, so Radon was in on it. Yeah, and like, we know, based on Freya's... Okay, first off, hold up, let's back up. Let's back up, let's back up, let's back up. Real quick, real quick. We've talked about why Mohg over Morgott before. It's because Morgott disavowed his omen blood and he like sealed it away or something. Like he did a weird thing with his sword. His blood is gold now. Like all of his like bleeding attacks are like gold. But Mohg's blood is like this red visceral like blood fire that I think is like wholly unique to people that embrace it. Yeah, we needed to give him a health and death to go to the Help and Steeple. It's Valhalla. Yeah, I know that, but like I'm looking specifically into why. Oh wait, I see what you mean. Okay, wait. Back it up. Because when we talked to Freya about the nature of their vow, he says that like it's an immortal war that Mikola promised. Like it was this romanticized like immortal war of champions. Hold on, I need to write down some shit because I'm gonna forget all of the like nuance to this. Because it is so complicated. Yeah, like he wanted a glorious fight. Yeah, I think that like... Okay, so... So we know, like, based on the dialogue in the library... with Freya. and Ansbach. That eternal war was promised. Wait, okay, wait. It was to send his soul to the land of shadows. I think that's why he had to die in this way, so his soul could go there. I mean, I guess that would like make sense given no, so like what is complex about it? Sorry, somebody Dab Ancient said it's actually not very complex. Go to Shadowlands to become a god and make Radon Lord. So the issue with it that makes it complex is the nature of how that happened and why Radon and why Moog. And that's what we're trying to like break down. We got like a pretty large degree of lore from both Freya, the Secret Rite, and Ansbach. The Secret Rite lore item. Sorry, I can totally talk. No, Melania. Well, yeah, did Melania, but Melania didn't kill him good enough. I kind of wonder. I think Moog was for convenience. Or maybe Moog was just somebody who is easy to manipulate given his like suffering and like the influence that he could have over him. But where's Godwin? I thought Mikla was trying to resurrect him. So like it's so weird because we get a lot of lore regarding like the soulless demigod that was trying to be revived. And I think Godwin was a red herring. I definitely think Godwin was like a red herring for sure. Or like, yeah, Godwin's got no soul. It just seemed like there was, yeah, we all assumed Godwin. I think that that's kind of like the plot twist though. Is that like, we kind of all assumed, especially because there's a walking mausoleum down next to Godwin's body. And like, there's some weird implications. Obviously, like Godwin's soul doesn't exist. It got destroyed. But yeah, you can make an artificial soul for Godwin. There was just so much that could have been done for Godwin, but I think that there was a little bit of like a plot twist going on. I think it's also very weird that there are cadaver surrogates hidden around the Shadowlands for Godwin. Yeah, the Godwin body still remains. The Godwin problem is never going to get solved, which is like so scary because it means that like no matter what ending you choose, his death root is just going to keep growing. I mean, unless you pick like Fia's ending and you just kind of embrace everything. I'm now a Fia truther. Same. I feel like Fia's ending is like the only one that addresses like the looming issue of like so I think Ronnie's, as far as it comes down to like the symbolic meaning of like the Elden Ring, I talked about this like in another stream chat, but I think that like originally Dark Souls was supposed to be called the Dark Ring, but like in Australia that's slang for like booty hole, so they couldn't choose that. But I think that the nature of like the Dark Ring was supposed to be about the undead curse, but also about like the coming of the end and how Gwyn was trying to suppress the coming of the end. And so there's this cycle of suffering that's happening because when the cycle is coming to an end, people will try to circumvent it. It's like people trying to control the laws of nature and life and death and rebirth and all this other stuff. And so it's really cool that we get the Elden Ring, which is also about a cycle of suffering between all these different family members who are trying to prolong their era or seize control over the means of all of this, and it seems like each generation has caused their own flavor of suffering. We learned about that with like the living jars and everything that happened to Queen Marika in her past, but how she kind of perpetuated suffering with the misbegotten treatment and the omen-born and the warrior jars and like with like the crucifixes, and like there's just a lot that is happening there with like this perpetuation of the cycle of suffering. And so I think that like Mikola saw all of this and was like, okay, well, I'm gonna make an era of only compassion, and their way of fixing the broken cycle was to like manipulate everyone into being unified or being good, which I don't think is like, that's not true unification, of course. But I definitely wonder, I don't think it's necessarily like fixing things. I think it's just like controlling. It's like pure control. That is like pure fascism. Like to fully, it's a false reality. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, I'm going to keep reading some of these lore items. So give me a sec to respond to chat. Okay. Let me finish reading this. There's the omen horns on there. Okay.
Now let the work.
Holy shit. I still can't believe I like... I still can't believe we did it. Give me a second, y'all. I'm sorry. I need like a moment. Just give me a moment. I'm like, I didn't wear Moog's armor. A Moogment, yeah. Forget Fia's ending, Age of the Pinecone. Talk to Gideon, perhaps? Oh my god, because I killed Mikola, she dies? A girl. Saint Trina's life withered and fell, as fleeting as the seasons. At her last, she left a single water lily. Despite the velvety purple hue, the flower is in no way poisonous. It merely blooms in quietude. So, like, there is another thing that I want to talk about with Saint Trina. She's just eepy. No, it says her life withered and fell. It's a helmet? What the fuck? Oh my god. Okay, wait, sorry. I'm like crying. Fuck you. Wait, somebody said grandma. Oh my god. Oh my god. I forgot to check on grandma. Is grandma still alive? Oh wait, okay. Ooh, okay. Fuck. Oh my god. Grandma. Grandma. Oh my god. Like, I know everybody has their character that they feel really attached to. Like, I have a few friends who cried for Marika. Like, Waves and Bree Bun both cried when they went to the shaman village. Trina is the one for me. Trina's the one that makes me like, She's still fucking sleeping. Girl, I just killed a god. Please wake up. Please wake up. I got emotional over the Ansbach dialogue. Oh, same. No, Ansbach and Tolier dialogue too. Oh my god. I feel like I mentioned this the other day, but the, like, Queen Marika, I think because of the fact that, like, I was deep diving her lore in the base game, and, like, you see all the horrific shit that she's done, especially, like, burying the wandering caravan below the capital. When you see Marika's suffering, it made me feel like my heart was, like, broken for her, but at the same time, I still... You can sympathize with someone, but they've already made their bed and they're sleeping in it, you know? But like... the fact that Mikola was like walking in the same footsteps as Marika, and you kind of wish that you could... You're like quite literally at the tipping point where you could have stopped Mikola from becoming his mother. So when Trina asked us to kill Mikola, she also knew she'd die. That's why... After the DLC, do you think she was involved in Godwin's death? I always felt like... I mean... I think that there is a certain point in history where Marika fully regretted what she was up to. Like, I think Marika does have a moment of foresight, absolutely. And I think the fact that the Black Knife Assassins knew Marika is like huge. Like, they were from the same group, and I think that like Ronnie employing them has a lot to do with Marika trying to like stop the cycle from happening again. I'm like fully on board with that. I don't know. I do think that like Ronnie, I'm curious to see like how much Marika, yeah, I think Marika's atoning. Yeah, helping Hugh find a weapon to destroy a god, being slightly involved. Yeah, so like what I was talking about before with the naming convention Dark Ring being about a cycle of life and death and rebirth and a kingdom coming to an end and the Age of Dark being ushered in so that way a new cycle can begin. I think that Elden Ring is about this same cycle, and I think Marika shattering the Elden Ring is symbolically supposed to be her trying to shatter or atone from the cycle that she was perpetuating, because she was perpetuating the Belurot belief system, and it's very likely that the Inquisitors and the people of Belurot were likely repeating a cycle from before too. And we found out based on the lore that God's reigns, or like God's eras, typically take place over like 1,000-year periods. So I'm just like, I think that she fucked up, but I think that Radagon represents the side of her. So like the same way that Saint Trina represents Mikola's kindness and love and like all this other stuff. Oh my god, hey, Cuke in church. Hello. I think that Radagon represents Queen Marika's ambitions regarding conquest and like order and like all of this like kind of rigid ruling concepts. I think Radagon absolutely represents like this side of her that is like, I want Golden Order fundamentalism, I will repair. Oh my god, I just like fucked up my makeup. I cried. Damn it. Yeah, Radagon is 100% conquest. Yes, Radagon is like Golden Order fundamentalism, he's fascism, he's like the rigid, there will be order, and if you circumvent order, you get put in the fucking pit. You get put in the sewers. And I think that Queen Marika's side of herself is the side that we saw at the Shaman Village, with the minor Erdtree that was without the hold on, wait. Messy emo face starting now. Hold on, I need to go take my makeup off. Okay, wait, so hold on. Let me find that. Is it an incantation? I think it might be. Yes, it is. So this is huge. This fucking thing is huge. Okay, so it says creates a small illusory Erdtree that continuously restores the HP of nearby allies. Marika bathed the village of her home in gold, knowing full well there was no one to heal. This is kindness of gold without order. So this is Marika. Radagon? Marika is kindness and gold. Radagon is like thorns. Radagon is the briar. Radagon is like the thorns that he put up to guard the base of the Erdtree. Radagon is golden order fundamentalism. So like we're seeing two sides of Marika. We're seeing like the two different. So Radagon is her order, whereas good cop and bad cop, 100%. So like I would say like Marika is to Saint Trina as Radagon is to Mikola. But I think obviously like the aspects of them are remixed a little bit. Like there are sides of Mikola that I see in Marika. And there are aspects of Saint Trina that are like wholly new and specific to. I mean, I see aspects of Saint Trina and Marika too, but I think there's Saint Trina's. There's healing and there's war. Yeah. Given the Rebus illusion, do you think having a male-female split is fundamental to becoming a god? Why were Ronnie and Melania chosen as Empyreans then? I don't quite know why that is, but I think so. Like being a Rebus in like if we think about alchemy, like having the conjoined child or the conjunction child. Being a Rebus just means that you are closer to creating the Philosopher's Stone and that you're closer to being able to heal any ailment. So I think that like, I'm curious, Ronnie has 4 arms. So okay, that note is like weird because Ronnie's puppet, who's based after the Snowy Crone, have 4 arms, but Ronnie herself, her real body only has 2 arms. On top of the Divine Tower, she only has 2. She doesn't have 4. So like that's interesting, right? And then all of the Royal Revenant collars have 4 arms too. Which is like fucking weird. So I don't know. Who is the daddy? I definitely think that like Mesmer, so this is like really complicated. So it definitely seems like Mesmer's birth and his existence was definitely around the time that the Carians had an alliance with the Erdtree, because there's a lot of R'hllana lore that kind of gets into how she pledged herself to the Erdtree, and we know that this did not happen until the Erdtree Carian alliance. So it seems kind of like later in history than I was thinking. Hold on though. Let me go to the bathroom really quick. Give me 1 sec. Let me take my makeup off. Hold on, wait. Let me show you guys. Hold on. Look at this. Look at this shit. I like cried my shit off. Okay. Hold on. I'll be right back. I do want to say, okay, wait, hold on. So I have a lot of things that I want to get at before we start talking about serpents. Okay. Oh yeah, no, I mean, like, I think... So Cosmos, I don't think that she separate... Wait, genocide of the Hornsent also post-date the union with the Carians. I think the shattering and the separation from Radagon happened way after, though, is what I'm saying. Like, hold up. Let me explain what I'm trying to say. I don't think that Radagon and Marika disagreed until a little bit before the Shattering War. I think she was on board with Radagon from the moment that she escaped her confines, because that's how trauma works. I think that Radagon and Marika were like aligned, the same way that Mikola and Saint Trina were aligned at one point in history. And I think that she was aligned with Radagon all the way up until probably like early order golden fundamentalism. No, but there's a difference. Okay, Cosmos, you're not understanding what I'm saying though. There's a difference in like when they physically separated, but I'm saying when they aligned on like when they were like aligning on like their intentions. I think there's definitely a schism between the two of them during like the late fundamentalism, like an ideological alignment. Yeah. Well, hold on, wait, let me see. But I think that she fully, like, I don't think Radagon just represents her need for war in a vacuum. Like, I don't think that when they separate, that like she is able to like escape. Like, I think that Radagon is quite literally her. I think that Radagon is her the way that Saint Trina is Mikola. But I think that like when they separated, it didn't change where they were at. Yeah, oh yeah, because she was definitely aligned with him during the Carrion stuff and intended to rejoin with him after. Yeah, 100%. 100%. So I talked about this in another stream, but I was talking about Buddhism and how there's a lot of like concepts that I feel like apply to the rebus that Miyazaki's like kind of intertwined in his like mythology, but a lot of it has to do, so like in Buddhism we have two seeds inside of us at all times. There's a symbolic metaphor that a lot of monks use, and one seed is representing one aspect and the second seed represents the opposing aspect, and that is what creates consciousness or like self-awareness within us, is the understanding of opposing concepts. It's also what causes suffering within us too. Yeah, there's Hinduism in there too. There was a lot of Asian religions that had a lot of the same ideas. Anyway, so for example, say you have a seed of racism or xenophobia or fear of the other inside of you, but then you have another seed of acceptance and kindness and empathy inside of you. You will always have these two seeds inside of you no matter what. No matter what, they will always exist within you. No matter what, no matter how much you try to repress one. But Buddhism says that if you mindfully water one of the seeds, that it will grow. And if you tend to that seed over and over and over again, that will like be the thing. You have two seeds inside of you. Yeah, that will be the thing that is like what kind of shapes your attitudes or your feelings. But like there's a disparity that's happening like within you. And so I think that like Radagon is one side and Marika is like another side. And at one point they were both aligned, but then Radagon was watering one thing and Marika was watering a different thing. And it seemed like there was a schism or like an imbalance between the two of you, or the two of them, the two of you, two of them. But I think the same thing happens with Saint Trina and Mikola. There's like a point in which Saint Trina doesn't like agree with the path. But yeah, sorry, there's too many. I want to let you guys know there is currently 1,049 people in here, and I'm getting like, I wouldn't say like, sorry, Cosmos. When I say that they are polar opposites, I would say Radagon is like order, and Marika is kindness. And Marika and Radagon's past experiences, because they were always two people, is what informs how these concepts have changed. So like, it's so hard for me to explain without like drawing, because it's like, so you have like Marika on one side and Radagon on the other, and they like stand for two different things, right? But then there's like trauma, and it like changes like the two of them, but in different ways. In different ways, right? And so Radagon copes with it through the Briar and through order and through all this other stuff. But I think both of them were united through conquest. And I think that for Marika, the motivations for conquest were tied to her people and the things that they both experienced. Is that a shopping list? Yeah, it is. But I think that for Radagon, a part of the conquest has a little bit to do with order because of the nature of Golden Order fundamentalism. I think, yeah, Radagon was always there, I feel like. I feel like the Saint Trina situation, no, Godwin's death was not the trauma. The trauma was the fact that her people, the shaman, were being used as ritualistic pots. So a lot of, we gotta say hi to Tullier. I don't think Tullier is like, does he exist anymore? Where the fuck, like, where would Tullier and Ansbach even be? In the boss arena? Oh, I guess so. I do need a whiteboard. Marika was oppressed, fought against her oppressors, but feared them after her ascension and brutally purged them. Marika left the lands of shadow behind and ostensibly veiled it or cleft it from the lands between, but then it kept coming back to haunt her. There is no perfect world created from nothing, and trying to erase your motivations to create a new world that isn't influenced by them is close to impossible. Toasted ringtail, you nailed it. That's 100% it. So for those of you that are curious about Marika's oppression and the shamans, I would definitely recommend, so the places that I recommend checking out, one, when you do Bellerot, the Tower Settlement, understanding the nature of the Bellerot jail, the fact that it is a part of Bellerot society is important, and the giant jar that's down there is equally important. The jail of lamentation, the lemon testing jail, where was it? Where was it? It was somewhere. I don't even remember where it is anymore. Lamenter's jail is somewhere. Oh, it's right here. Lamenter's jail, and then Bonnie Village, which is where the jar practice began, and then the Whipping Hut, which is where we get confirmation that shaman are, yeah, or whatever. Okay, wait. Quaylog, I'm very confused about something. If we were to believe that the spiral that leads to the godhood was always tied to the hornset, why every depiction of people on walls, altars, and doors, not of horn people? I think that like the non-horn people, the shaman, were used for grafting and like were used to meld people together. But there are Hornsent statues that are around Bellerot too. But both existed. Both groups existed at the same time. I want to know what happened to the cutscene from the trailer with Mikola waving at something. I don't know. I'm not sure what you're talking about. I find Marika's attempts to avoid death really sad and tragic. You can't create a world without death without also defining death itself. It goes back to the disparity concept Miyazaki loves. My guess is that the attempt to shatter the Elden Ring was an attempt to break down this adherence to the rules of the world entirely. Yes! Oh my god, toasting... There's also this, like... Or toasted, there's this really good... I would say that the best lore item for your point is, like, the new Great Jar Helm. Which even points that, like, even as early as Bellerot, there was this attempt to control life and death. But within Bellerot culture, life and death and rebirth seemed to be accepted. Or like, seemed to be acknowledged. It was like a part of it. A part of like the cycle. But then Marika circumvents death, which like makes sense that she would circumvent the very thing that caused her suffering. Because like this practice of killing the saints so that way they could be reborn into sainthood is the very thing that it was like a death cult, an ascetic death cult. When Marika found out what happened at the shaman village, she was already a god based on the holiness of her braid in the minor Erdtree. The cleansing of the horn scent was sometime after her ascension. Oh wait. Sorry. When Marika found out what happened to the shaman at the village, she was already a god based on the holiness of her braid and the minor Erdtree. The cleansing of the horn scent was sometime after her. So I always got the idea that like, oh wait, the people where this is a tragic backstory to Marika when this was purely a vengeful act she took away after she already had power. I don't know. I disagree with that. I feel like the reason why I disagree with that is I feel that when she returned and her people were all taken and put into jars, that is tragedy. That is suffering. I definitely don't think that like her actions were valid. She's like absolutely valid, or she's absolutely not valid in her actions. But yeah, I think that like it's very clear that there is a degree of, okay, so the reasons why I think this, one is that it's very clear that Mesmer has an inkling of what happened and is like quite dedicated to protecting his mother for like a bunch of different, there's a bunch of different like environmental storytelling. One is the O Mother statue that's in the back of the Shadow Keep. Like it's very clear that he's aware of what happened and like how the hinterlands is important. And then also that he was willing to go to war for her, and that he was also willing to take the fall for her as like the demonic presence, so that way she could continue to rule. Because I don't think that she would be able to continue to rule if she had that visible, if she had like the conquest and like the genocide visible. Cleansing absolutely is after she became a god. She separated from them. I'm not quite sure what that's in reference to. Oh, wow, I think you're right. There was no one to heal because they were all dead. Yes, she returned to the... There was like... Hold on. So this says, creates a small illusory tree. Marika bathed the village of her home in gold, knowing full well there was no one to heal because everybody was already kidnapped and dead. And then the tooth whip, which says, if we can find it. I'll never be able to find anything in this game, and that is my curse. I could have sworn whips were like, who knows where they are? Oh, here we go. Filthy and seething with disease, the teeth are embedded in the whip and dose the victim with a deadly poison on each strike. As the open wounds ripen, they grow inflamed and ooze pus. The flesh of the shamans was said to meld harmoniously with others. So, Jen, we're in the same group. Like, I agree with you, Jen. So, like, it's pretty clear. So what would happen is there are these shamans, and when the shamans have open wounds or are like pussing, they can be grafted to other people. They have like a disposition to like graft. They like meld harmoniously with others. They're like the melding component for the jars. And that's why they're all those like women with the blindfolds and like the sigil on their forehead. That's them. They're being used. And so it's pretty clear that like when Queen Marika left, that like, and she came back, she was like too late. But what Jen is saying, I'm arguing that Marika was a liberator at first and then converted to genocide as part of a cruel cycle she was thrust in. Yes. I think that like it's pretty clear she was a part of the shaman race. It's pretty clear that she yeah, Godric and Godfroy explained. It's pretty clear that like she has intentions regarding all of that, but like the important part, the reason why I'm like emphasizing Dark Souls here is because like this is... Oh wait, I think someone pointed out that she has a small tooth-shaped wound on her arm in the story, which indicates she was whipped as well. Yeah, she's not right, but I can understand. 100%. 100%. She's not right. And it's really interesting that like the way that she deals with the pot situation, because it kind of seems like no matter what era you're in, you need bodies, whether that's to like maintain the Belurot Tower, or in Marika's instance, to maintain the Erdtrees, or the minor Erdtrees. What she does is she keeps the pots, but she changes the culture around them. So instead of it being a culture of penance and whipping and self-flagellation for achieving divinity or achieving sainthood, instead it is a warrior culture where warriors can fight in coliseums to prove themselves, and then the dead get put into jars. And then they're placed around minor Erdtrees as like fertilizer. So it kind of seems like there's like a shift. I wonder if Horalu was a horn scent at some point. I kind of just wonder about, it's so interesting because there's so many, first off, this is like very Miyazaki, is that like he loves lost history. This man loves lost history. If people were not alive to like retell the story of a particular group or a particular character, it's lost. It's fully lost. Like, for example, if the Glomide Queen was betrayed in secret by Malekith, we'll only have the memory of Malekith telling us that it happened, but we won't get a cutscene about it. We won't get an item about it. We won't get like the scene of where it happened. We won't be able to meet her because she already was like assassinated. It's done. Like, you can't change the past. What's done is done. Sometimes we'll get like a ghost who tells us about something that happened, but it's like the main point of this DLC is to point out the trauma that Queen Marika experienced and that the shamans experienced, and how that motivated her to perpetuate slavery, genocide. Because the point of the Dark Ring that I was trying to get at, Dark Souls, the point of all of that is to just emphasize cycle of suffering, to emphasize like generational suffering, psychological suffering. It just does it. It just does it. But I think, like, one of the things that I was really glad that they didn't touch on is, any Glowmide Queen or Godwin info. No. The Godwin info that we got was just about how there were these weird cadaver surrogates. So, like, what that is it's like a fake body that is, like, propped up so that way people wouldn't vandalize his real body or come in contact with his real body. Like, they hid Godwin's real body beneath the Capitol in Deeproot Depths. Do you see any connection between Sirash and Mikola, the way that they reattach to Godfrey and Mikola? I'm like... I see it, but I just think that that whole culture, and I think also too the baleful shadows never getting explained too is like something quite interesting. Like there are a few things that I am curious as to why they didn't touch on them. As far as like Ul Palace ruins and the ancestral followers, I love that they didn't touch on Ul Palace. I love it because that is like very much in line with the Miyazaki, what's lost is lost. There's like very clearly a sect of people trying to revive a culture that like we have no idea about. But yeah, I think that there is, I think that like one of the things that I would have loved to have more insight on is like what Marika's betrayal looked like. So Marika, in like the cinematic opening that we saw, it's very clear that she is standing on the precipice of like what all of those... Okay, wait, I am saying that Marika genocided the Hornsen after she found out what happened at the shaman village, which in itself came significantly after she attained power. Her motivation for becoming a god wasn't the treatment of the shamans, since she found out what happened after the fact and went to take revenge. Marika's ties to the Eternal Cities did not disappear because she had a family in the shaman village. No, I don't think that at all. I think that I wasn't mentioning like the Eternal Cities or like, I'm not trying to like, I don't think that any of that has anything to do with her exposure to the trauma. I think that like sorry, I'm trying to like find a way to rephrase this. It's very like evident and clear that like Marika and like the jar ritual, like that shit seemingly had just been like happening all the time in Belurat. Like that's huge. But I think that like her existence in the Eternal Cities, or her ties to the Eternal Cities might be different than the way that the shaman could have easily come from the Eternal Cities. There's a lot. It's so like, I feel like I need to sit down and yeah, sorry if this is coming off as too argumentary, just trying to clarify my reading of the new lore. I understand like what you're trying to say, but I think that we as a community need to reevaluate the Eternal Cities a little bit and like the Newman and the Nox lore, because I think that like we see them as extremely ancient, but I don't think they are. I think that Ul Palace is extremely ancient, but I don't think the Eternal Cities are as ancient. And I personally think that Marika's experience in Belurat predates certain things. Like, predates a lot. Was there something about them sinking after the moon fell or something? Yeah. I think that there's, so, like, Wait, I feel like the Eternal City citizens are just a different type of celestial Newman, like the Glintstone. Oh yeah, the village that fell underground lore. Yes. I think that, what the moon fell? Yeah, there's like lore about the Moor ruins, about how part of it fell, and the citizens of the ruins said that it seemed like the moon crashed into the earth. Okay, we talked about the pillars yesterday, but there's like a bunch of esoteric symbolism with like what this stands for and what this like is meant to be. I was speaking of the shaman village. I found it really interesting how the festival Greece says that the flower festival is an old tradition, the meaning of which has been mostly lost. So it doesn't pose a threat to the Erdtree's cultural dominance. Marika keeping a little memento of home intact. Depressing. Do you remember the conversation we had about the Black Moon? Yes. Yeah, when we were talking about like the greater will and like the artificial Black Moon and a bunch of other stuff. I won't forget about Tolier and Ansbach, don't worry. I'll talk to the boys. There's just like, oh my god, never mind, I guess I won't talk to the boys. I guess you know what? Fair. Tolier's hidden needle causes eternal sleep buildup. Oh my god. A concealed weapon used by Tolier of a design generally favored by poison wielders for dark and subtle purposes. Like St. Trina, who blossomed in the deep purple garden, a rich poison is secreted from within, which sends its victims into an eternal sleep. I also think, too, by the way, that a lot of the St. Trina, like St. Trina was definitely being afflicted or affected by the putrescent rot that she was sitting in. So I think that there was something going on there with death influence regarding like the black syrupy and like deep purple colors that we're getting with her. Yeah, I got the new St. Trina sword. Oh my god, thank you, Steph. Thank you. Okay, the silver hair is arranged in the same style as St. Trina's increasing arcane. Just once Tolier was granted the sweet repose of a velvety sleep, the remainder of his days would be spent attempting to recapture it. Or the remainder, what am I saying? Silver hair is arranged in the same style as St. Trina's increasing arcane. Additionally, the countless needles are sewn into the exterior, apparently for talisman effect. Dark gloves of those who wield poison in secret, ever scorned and loathed. Cool. Cool. Where's the Ansbach? Oh! Let me see if I can change some of this. Some of these items. Okay, wait, hold on. Sir Ansbach, the embroidered crest of the Pureblood Knights is now all but faded away, slightly enhances blood oath and dynastic skills. Ansbach understood that keeping his oath to his old master was not an act of logic, nor would it bear any justice, but it was for these reasons he was unable to let go. Same, bro. Alright, let's go see if we can change these items at all. Because I don't know if you guys know this, but if you switch the armor, it has like different stats, but it also has different lore too. So if you alter like Amir's cloak, for example, it has different, and also the dancer's dress we altered too. But yeah, it looks like you can alter. Oh my god, Tolier's garb looks sick. This one just removes the lore. That's fine. Okay. That one also just removes the lore. No significance. Hold on, let me see what Tolier's. Wow. I love this. What a beautiful armor set. Holy shit. Wow, 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 wow. Damask. Yeah. Where is she? Okay. I kind of... I don't really like that the hair comes out from like the bottom. It's so weird. I guess it could be braid. It could be beard hairs. It could be beard hairs. That's fine. Let me see if the mask changes at all. Hold up. I also want to see if there's any like secret. Oh no, you can't alter like the mask portion of it. You can alter Mesmer's? Oh, like without his hair. Interesting. Okay. This fashion slaps with some dex weapons. Hell yeah, I could see it. I could see it. I could see it. Mm-hmm. I'm so sleepy, you guys. I mean, I was sleepy yesterday when we were fighting. When we were fighting Radon, I was very, very tired. But I'm very sleepy today. Do-do-do. Post-stress shutdown, I feel you. Ansbach lore mask. Oh, for sure. I mean, I figure, is it not? Okay, wait. Gives the appearance of a quiet, wise, old bearded man, but an old fear lurks beneath, together with the cold, unflinching discipline that once honed his blade, now employed to enhance blood oath and dynastic skills. Yeah. Rate the DLC 1 out of 10? What? I would say, I had a lot of fun. There are some bosses that I think need some, like, retooling, but not in, like, the damage output. Like, I don't think making the bosses easier is, like, what I'm trying to get at. But I think that there are just some mechanics that just need a little bit of love. But that's okay. I feel like the amount of content that we got is kind of, like, unreal. It's kind of fucked up. It's a little fucked up. The amount of content that we got was cracked. As far as how I felt about like the final boss on like a narrative level, I think that if you did Freya and Ansbach's quest in the library and you like, you know, were kind of like unraveling the truth of what was happening. Like, it did make the reveal feel really exciting. Somebody mentioned that I have a item missing in Raw, and I kind of want to go explore Raw just because it's so pretty. So what are we thinking the things... I think, by the way, so I want to say, yeah, I found the memory. I want to say too, for those of you that are asking me lore questions right out the gate, I'll have answers for you now, but like I need to digest it a little bit. I need some time to like actually visual map everything for myself. Because I do feel like there's a lot that I'm trying to still piece together. In particular, something that I was talking to Bree about yesterday is how I really want to get all of the military, like the members of Mesmer's military sorted out. Because I think that being able to understand the order in which things happen, like regarding when like the Liurnian Wars were happening and when Andreas left the Erdtree and decided to swear fealty to Mesmer, there's like a lot of things that I want to noodle around with, and I also want to explore the library a little bit more. I don't think I missed anything in there, but like there's just a lot in there. It's just big. I just learned that you can get a whole unique NPC dialogue by putting them to sleep using Tolier's item. Even a whole quest line. Oh, that's crazy. I was wondering what that item was for. Do you think as you dive deeper into the lore, you will uncover anything about the Godskins and their mother? Totally forgot her name. Probably not. Glowmite Queen. Rufy the Dragon Lady. Oh, she's already dead in my game. But yeah. As a Godwin Widow, I feel starved from this DLC. I feel you. Same. I would love to see you rewatch the trailer. Yeah, we can. It was literally to Rufy the Dragon Lady. It is wild. She rightfully is upset with you. Okay, good. I mean, not good. Like, good that she was upset with you. Not good that it was, It's so fucked up. How do you feel about this being the last of Elden Ring will likely get? I like love it. I think, so like I've been thinking about this the past couple days. I think that I loved the DLC quite a bit. I think that the symbolism and like the esoteric art that's used in this game is unmatched. I think that it is like fully unreal. But I do think that because we don't get to see what Queen Marika's betrayal was, and I do think that because there is some lore that is like left out because of like history and everything, I'm assuming her betrayal was just against like the Order of Belurat. But the thing that I just feel like it didn't hit the same way that the Bloodborne DLC did. Like finding out about Lady Maria. So Lady Maria, one, finding out and like doing experimentations on people, like learning about cosmic truths and like experiencing the fishing hamlet, finding out about Orphan Koss. There was like a lot of stuff that was like the world building of Bloodborne is fully explained, and it kind of tidies itself up in like a very neat little circle. I do feel that because there was a lot going on with all the different demigod children and a lot of the drama, it did feel way more Game of Thrones, I will say. Like, this conflict feels way more Game of Thrones. But that doesn't mean that I dislike it. That doesn't mean that I dislike it. at all. It's just very different. It feels more about like a bunch of different factions warring for power, and like things don't necessarily loop around or get explained in the way that you think. But yeah, I don't know. For a DLC about Marika's past, is very disappointing to me. The Shaman Village is cool, but how does the story trailer have more lore than the DLC? I agree with that. And I think it's like, it's interesting because with that story trailer, I was hoping that we were going to get more lore about that event in particular. Well, yeah, it's like, I would say if like Old Hunters, the story trailer lore being so necessary, I know, right? Like, I would say that Old Hunters is like a 10 out of 10 for the story for me. I have like my own feelings about, I feel like Bloodborne's gameplay mechanics are sensational, fantastic, amazing. I do have like my nitpicky qualms about like the environmental design in certain zones. But like if we could have experienced a little bit more flavor than just like Yharnam for the first like Yharnam and like Yarhargul for like the first like 3/4 of the game, I think that like the variety would have made my brain feel relief. But like I still think it's like a perfect game, so yeah, I don't know. I think that like I just have like a really I wish we got a dream world in the DLC. Same. I love, okay, wait, so I love the, don't get me wrong, somebody said I'm the opposite, I love the political aspects of George R. R. Martin. Don't get me wrong, I actually do love the political aspects. It's just a different kind of story. It's just a different kind of story than, I mean, it has the same literary motifs and like visual symbolism as older Miyazaki games, but it's very much like a warring faction based story. There's like multiple warring groups and factions who are like vying for power, and covenants were kind of like that in the Soulsborne universe, but this feels way more like character driven, which I love. But at the same time, it kind of seems like they were trying to manage too many different factions, if that makes sense. Like, and it can kind of make some of the factions feel like they fell by the wayside in the DLC. Like we said before, like the Godwin girlies. We got some love, we got some like drip. Thankfully, we got some of the coolest armor in the DLC, but like, as far as being represented in the main story or the main plot, I guess it kind of gives us a good idea on like when he kind of serves more as like a timeline situation. I wanted to kiss Godwin 0 out of 10. Like the fact that he has cadaver surrogates shows that like the Shadowland was kind of involved. No, I don't think it was added for the reaction from the lore theorists. I think that it gives us a good idea of like the timeline of when everything happened. So we have Mesmer, Andreas, Rolana, that give us like a little bit of an idea of like what period of time we're dealing with. But then we also have Godwin's cadaver surrogates being present. So they were buried. Like it makes me realize that the Shadowlands may have been sealed away way sooner in the lore than I thought. I thought the Shadowlands would have been like an ancient, like it would have been sealed away like a long time ago, like thousands and thousands of years ago, because I always thought that Mesmer being lost to the base game's lore just showed how long it would have taken for his story to fade out of like the lexicon. But I definitely think it was a more recent event. Somebody said the journey of finding out what the fuck Miquella was doing was fun, but what he actually was up to didn't live up to it. I don't know. I think it did. I think that like it was interesting to see what Miquella's like solution to the trauma cycle issue is. And like the solution that Mikola had was to compel everybody into being kind. And like, to be honest, I think that if you're just exposed to human suffering, it can easily like make you say that like, oh, we're only capable of like hurt and suffering, so therefore the only way in which people can behave is if you completely abandon free will. If you completely just like compel everybody to be nice and kind all the time. And that free will should be taken away from mortals. I think that makes sense. I wish the DLC touched on the previous order and God, but it doesn't at all. The Tower folks were kind of like Raya Lucaria and the Golden Order. They lived under the umbrella of previous order, but didn't seem to have much to do with Farum and their god. Cosmos, I kind of wonder a little bit about that too, because I wonder specifically about Meteor, the 3 fingers and the 2 fingers, and also, I always forget the name of it. I think that we're getting the Abyssal Woods and Mance Hall. I think that the fact that there are Bellerot Inquisitors that are present here is kind of like a huge deal. And I want to like dive into that a little bit more. Mance as like a, well, Mance Hall. Mance as a concept is so interesting to me. Because, drink some water, girl. Don't worry, I have water right here. And I also have coffee. Mance as a, so like first off, I want to say, the King in Yellow as a story being present in this game as the Frenzied Flame is perfect. Because, and also Miyazaki's reiterating on Demon Souls in this game. Can I talk about it? Can you guys shh. Midra, yeah. Let me talk about this really quick. Can I talk about it really, can you guys, shh. Shh. Can I talk about this? So, let's also teleport to Mance really fast. So, we're existing in a... Okay, first off, I'm going to make a note for chat. Keep track. Point number 1 that I'm going to make here. All the trees in Bellerot, double helix. Carcosa time. Actually, hold on. I'm trying to figure out how to start with this, because there's like a lot of ground that we're gonna have to cover, and it's a lot of ground that we've been covering the past few days. So give me a sec to like explain all of this really quick. So I'm going to back up and talk about the pillars one last time, so that way we have some context. I know that this is probably going to be like quite annoying for people that were here the last time. This DLC really was Demon Souls 2. Yes, it was! Yes. Okay, so we talked about this before, but when I was talking about the Solomonic columns, no mask, yeah. When I was talking about the Solomonic columns, they represent 2 particular pillars in front of the Temple of Solomon, right? Please follow me. Okay. Okay, so these 2 pillars are incredibly important. The fact that they are being used in Bellerot is incredibly important. It is very intentional. It is incredibly important. I cannot emphasize enough why these pillars are extremely important. They were thought to be decorating the entryway of the first temple in Jerusalem. I'm not going to be able to pronounce them because I am not fluent in Hebrew. It's a fucking nightmare. Bose and Jachin. We can just say BJ. I know that it's going to make all the 13-year-olds in the chat are going to like lose their minds when I say it. Cool. Right? These 2 pillars are incredibly important to Western esoterica They're used throughout history. They're used by the Freemasons when they built a lot of buildings in the West. They're used in Rosicrucian. They're used in Hermetic alchemy. They're used in literally every fucking Western esoteric symbol. They're used everywhere. They're used everywhere, and they're also used in tarot cards. They're also used in tarot cards. That's what the BJ stands for. It is literally the two pillars that I was talking about. It is the pillars that are in Belurot. These are the pillars that are being represented in Belurot. I cannot emphasize that enough. The woman in the center is the High Priestess. She's existing in balance between these two pillars. The two pillars represent opposing forces. So life, death, light, dark, heat, cold. It's representing any opposing concepts, and the person that exists between the two pillars is able to perform divine miracles because they are balanced, individuals. Job and blow, yeah. So if you are, blow and job are opposing concepts. If you are in between the blow job pillars, you are able to perform miracles, you are divine, you are in balance. This means that chaos and order are in balance. They're in balance with each other. So the pillars, one of my favorite images is of Queen Marika when she's holding up what looks like the strands of hair or like the runes or whatever the fuck she's holding up between these two pillars of bodies. When she's doing that, this is a woman who's experienced extreme trauma. She is not in balance. And so like there is some really, if we consider these pillars of bodies, the divine gate, it is also referencing the BJ pillars. So like she is not in balance. So it's like this, it's symbolically, if you are clocked into like esoteric, if you're clocked into like weird esoteric pillar lore, that shit goes hard. That shit goes so fucking hard. Yeah, so she creates flawed order. Let's fucking go. She creates flawed order. Yes, she does. And it's insane. It goes so fucking hard. I just noticed that the spear piercing Midra that becomes the great sword of damnation looks like the order that we see in Radagon's hollow chest, formed by the rune that Marika was crucified on, which strangely looks like the miracles of the Horn-sent Inquisitors. Yeah, so let me get to that, because we're working our way there. We're working our way there. So the esoteric symbolism of Belurot it goes hard. It definitely has like the Tower of Babel vibes. I'm gonna go lower. Let's go down to, where is it? Spiral rise, first rise. I want to go to the area with the trees. This spear being so historically accurate is killing me. Okay, so we have more of those pillars. It's all the spiral pillars that you see are Solomonic columns. I will say it again. They're referencing the esotericism I just talked about. Get your poke on. Okay. So I definitely think, somebody said, I'm telling you, Belurot is actually the Crucible. I think that, I have some thoughts about that too, that I'm still chewing on. But the primordial form of the Erdtree is the Crucible, and there's like weird vortexes and energy and like a bunch of spiral shit centered around it. I do think that like the fact that a lot of the Horn-sent trees that they're cultivating are double helix spirals, the fact that their incantations are double helix spirals, and the fact that we have all this spiral imagery around is like also kind of referencing this idea, like the vortex, quite literally the vortex of the Crucible is referencing a lot of imagery in Belurot. But oh, this man is still alive. Okay, hold on. Let me take care of this boy. Oh! Oh! Okay. Well, anyway. Hold on, everybody. Calculated. Yeah, we meant to be here. Anyway, there are these trees. The trees are made out of people. The trees are made out of people. Like, I think it's pretty clear that, like, the jars and the grafting rituals and everything that's happening here have to do with, like, the cultivation of bodies into, like, material. And I talked about this before, but I always felt like the Erdtree and the Tree of Life symbolism in Miyazaki games just represents, like, the zeitgeist of that era, which is quite literally, like, the thoughts, feelings, experiences, souls, memories, ideas of society as, like, a whole. But I think that there's, like, this metaphoric way of interpreting that, but I think Miyazaki likes to make it, like, a quite literal, physical, visceral sacrifice that people have to make. But it's really interesting that the ring is always, like, housed inside of this big-ass fucking tree. This big-ass fucking tree of life. So yeah, anyway. What I was trying to get at, though, is I was just trying to show you the Solomonic columns. I thought it was weird that the Inquisitors... There's some, like, lore in the Abyssal Woods that talk about how... Oh, this goes back really far. There's some lore that... Oh wait, but trees are nourished by dead bodies, just with extra steps. Okay, hold up. So something that I've been sitting with quite a bit over here is that we know that with Romina's lore, so let me back it up. It's weird because all these factions don't seem like they have anything to do with each other, but they all do. They all, like, kind of establish the relationship with the outer gods and humanity. So, like... Also, oh, I didn't read his thing. Obsidian edge relies not on trickery to fulfill its violent purpose, but through skill alone, the wielder can rip through and rend through foes, sowing blossoms of red on the battlefield. Dynastic sickle play. That's sick. Okay. Anyway. Where is the spear? Once in the crumbling, burning church, Romina held the bud in speechless silence. That bud would become her blade. So we, like, learn about Romina and how when Mesmer was laying siege on Belurot and the Church of the Bud, that we see her in, like, we see her in the intro where she's like clearly on fire and, like, suffering, but, like, holding the bud. We also see with the ascetic monks in this area that, like, when they suffer, they are able to, like, grow these, like, or house these, like, weird rune arcs. Ooh, it was her. Yeah, it was her. It's insane. It's absolutely insane. So only mirrored as Mikla's... Okay, wait. Romina's pole blade references the speechless silence of Telephus, who is cured of his mortal injury at Achilles' hands by Achilles later... Oh, wait, sorry. Who scraped the verdigris off his spear into Telephus' wound. That's sick. Are those people stabbed like Midra? Yes, they're stabbed, but there's, like, a practice of penance that they're experiencing. Like, they're inflicting... So Nanaya's lore and Midra's lore, it seems like they're... Yeah, their hands are tied and their heads are chopped off, but if you read the torch, it talks about how Midra had to endure suffering, and it's, like, through the enduring of suffering that you're able to commune with an outer god. I think that, like, this frenzied flame cult required extreme torture and suffering to be able to make communion. And I think that this house was like trying to make that communion. Because if you read the torch lore, where is it? Beep, 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 beep. I don't know if I'll ever find it. It's lost to time. I don't even know where the torch is. Where's the torch? Where is it a weapon? Is the torch a weapon? Am I tripping? Why wouldn't it be under in weapons? Bottom weapon category? That's perfumes. Or maybe I didn't. No, I picked it up. Picked it up. Where is it? Because Nanaya was holding it. Shields. It's under shields. What? Weird. Okay. It says, in a distant land, an age-long past was born a man who failed to become the Lord of Frenzy. All that remains of him is cradled gently by Nanaya. So there's like this pursuit. Hold out the torch in front to spit out frenzied flame, afflicted those caught in the area of madness. There's like people that are attempting to become the frenzied flame. And then when we read about the frenzied lord, Nanaya told him endure. When we read about Midra, she says endure. I read as Nanaya wanting to create a lord of frenzy, but Midra is too weak, so she cursed him by asking him to endure. He was despair maxing to compensate and bloom into the lord of frenzy. That is what yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. But I'm saying that like all the other characters that we see making contact with outer gods are people that are suffering. And so this is like a intentional ascetic practice of suffering to try to reach out to the Lord of Flame. And like you have to experience a certain kind of degree of suffering for an outer god's influence to like to get in there. Because like Romina was able to make it happen. Despair maxing, yeah. I definitely think that like there's also a reason too why Melina is able to like open up to Dust and Death too. In that final moment when Torrent gets killed, there's definitely some degree of suffering. Yeah, outer gods love troubled people. Someone hypothesized that Nanaya slandered Midra just like Shabriri, and she told the Inquisition that he committed a crime when he actually didn't. I don't know, it's weird because some of the Inquisitors that hang out in this area use the Frenzied Flame. But we also know the Frenzied Flame spreads like a disease, too. You have to suffer in order to contact an outer god. What does that mean within the Zen symbolism? Samsara makes people look for solutions outside their self? Like, samsara, yeah. I don't think that this is like fully one-to-one Buddhism. I think that there's like cosmic spirituality, and I think Miyazaki's always been kind of a fan of both. But I've been depressed for 12 years, bro. Where are my outer god whispers? But I wanted to kind of talk about suffering causes BJ. You're too pure for outer gods. I don't remember Inquisitors being frenzied flame. What do you mean by winter? No. There are Inquisitors. Here, hold on. Let me see if I could find it. Or find them. There are Inquisitors, like, roughly around here, I want to say. Or, like, around this last area of the forest that were using the frenzied flame. Let me see if I can get them to use it. BJ could fix suffering, Marika. But yeah, so anyway, I wanted to talk about this because I feel like there is a commentary about ascetic monk practices in this DLC particularly. I think that Goldmask is also a type of ascetic monk, but he focuses mainly on he's kind of like the way that like a lot of Buddhist monks practice mindfulness meditation through various like finger and hand movements, which is why his order is like transcendental order. It's because it's like supposed to be kind of in line with transcendental concepts and meditation. But then also, I think that there's also the ascetic monks on the flip side of that who engage in self-harming and self-flagellation. And those monks are the ones here. Go behind the manor. I've gone there before, but I'll check it out again. Yeah, cute. There's the Holy Fools for sure, which I think is more in line with Goldmask. The Holy Fools would do things that were like a little weird or a little strange to profess that God works in mysterious ways. And I think Corrin, what's his name? Corrin? Yeah, Corn was like chasing Goldmask around the lands between, being like, what do you see? And he was just like, God sucks. That's very in line with the Holy Fool. Like, Holy Fools would do just like silly shit, or they would like take off their clothes and give them to strangers. There are just like those kinds of ascetic monks that have like a kind of a weird sense of humor. There's also like a whole philosophical debate during, I want to say like, when was it? There was like a philosophical debate as to whether or not God had humor. Like it was like a really divisive, there's like the humor of Christ. Like there was a really divisive movement. I don't remember when that was though. But yeah, anyway, sorry. I'm like, yeah, even that. I think that maybe the Inquisitors that came here were infected. Because now that I'm recalling it, all the animals that exist in this area have the frenzy too. And they all act as the eyes for the winter lanterns. So maybe that's it. Oh. Bird. Should I... Okay, that didn't do anything. Yes, oh my god, do a Elden Ring tarot deck. Absolutely. Okay, I'm behind the manor. I don't see any enemies. I love that normal bird. Why would you do that? Baby's gotta do what a baby's gotta do. Should I do Elden Ring ceramics? Absolutely. Make some jars. I actually started to work on a Demon Souls tarot deck like a really long time ago and I never finished it. And somebody ripped my art. Like, for the Dark Souls wiki. Somebody made a Sage Freak build and they used my tarot card. Do not make lore-accurate jars. Absolutely not, no. But yeah, thinking about how, like, Marika and Melania and Mikola were all suffering, and then thinking about how Romina was suffering, and thinking about how Midra was suffering. But they were all suffering in different ways, right? So it kind of just seems like the hands will reach out, or the fingies will reach out on behalf of the outer gods. So these ones, I don't remember which one it is, but there is one of the Inquisitors that will cast like a Frenzied Flame incantation. I'll have to find him. Oh, there we go. Yeah, these boys do. I definitely think that, I don't think that they align themselves with the Frenzied Flame. I think that they have been infected with it. But there's a lore item that says that the Inquisitors were actively trying to like, hold on, let me find it. Maybe it is Midra, maybe it's the Inquisitor's polearm. Okay, Jory the Inquisitor. The tip bristles with golden barbs, symbolic of the Inquisition's torture, allowing one to wield the staff as a great spear. Attacks deal holy damage, potency with faith. Maybe it wasn't this one. What was it? What item was it? There was one that was talking about how, like, the Inquisitors, that the horn scent were forbidden to entering the forest, and that the Inquisitors were scared or something. Does anybody know? Is it ever explained why Torrent is scared of this place? Yes. So, Torrent is a spirit. He's a ghost, and the frenzied flame can burn anything and everything. It burns all that distinguishes. So, in the frenzied flame ending, Torrent does get killed. So that's why Torrent is... Like, Torrent... Is it the map? Oh, it could be the map. Torrent is effectively invincible in the game. And the frenzied flame is really the only thing that can kill him. I forgot where maps are stored. Key items, okay. Sorry, I'm like getting wrapped into lore items now. Okay, this is Limgrave. There we go. Big Cooper snore. Alright, the Abyss. A thick forest sprawls at the depths of the ravine that is untouched by even the sunlight, known as the Sanctum of the Sage Midra, and is a region forbidden by the Horn Scent. So I imagine that there's something going on here with, like, the fact that the Horn Scent and the Inquisitors who are headed down here can get, they can get, he was a sage, yeah. I can't believe I actually remembered that. I also want to kind of poke around Raw, because we haven't done that too much. But I feel like there's something going on with this relationship between order and chaos, and particularly like the frenzied flame and the two fingers. And Meteor as like a concept in the game has like fully kind of shaken my perception of that, because now I'm almost wondering if, like, when the two fingers were born, did she have like a weird... Did she have a weird child? Did she have a weird baby? I don't know. Meteor is such a crowbar in the gears, 100%. The manse building is such advanced modern architecture. Yeah, wait, where did you go? In comparison to the base game, I would say it is like up there with Mount Gelmir for sure. It's like 1600s, 1600s? Because they have chandeliers in them. Both houses have chandeliers, which the oldest chandelier was in the 1600s. Or like decorative chandeliers, sorry, my bad. Not like rudimentary ones. I don't understand why Meteor is abandoned by the Greater Will, but the other fingers allegedly aren't going by what Enya says. No, like the other fingers seem to be like attempting to contact the Greater Will as well. Unfairness is necessary for Mac's despair. I wonder if what brought the Inquisitors isn't some frenzy cult. Midra seemed to be against frenzy. I wonder if it's because he was hornless. Wait, I mean, I think that what happens is the Inquisitors went down there to try to snuff out the frenzy cult, and they ended up getting infected with the frenzied flame, because we know that people that are in proximity of it can like get afflicted by it. But I also think too that like Midra wasn't against it, because he was listening to Nanaya. Like he was enduring suffering and like experiencing torture to try to commune, is like the vibe that I got from their lore. Nothing as advanced as Mats. Yeah. Erdtree has some modern architectural motifs as well. Yeah, Erdtree is very like Hellenistic. For sure. Who the fuck is Nanaya, and why is she telling Midra to endure? Because Nanaya is part of a cult that is trying to like bring about the Lord of Frenzy. The torture was from the Inquisitors, I thought. But it seems like Nanaya wanted him to endure the pain. Hold on, let's go. Sorry, I need to go get his remembrance again and like look at all the items again. Because there's a lot. It's Nanaya business. Yeah, Nanaya's like she's the freak. She's the certified freak. So she was holding the spine of somebody who was trying to become a frenzied lord. Yeah, she did it. I thought it was an Nishandra situation. No, so like initially I thought it was a Nishandra situation, but like the garb that the people are wearing and the practices that they're engaging in are very monk inspired. And I was thinking about this the other day, about how it quite literally is like a reiteration on the old monk in Demon Souls. Not like the story, because like the old monk story is that he like fled the Tower of Latria. His wife was like preferred amongst the people, and he fled and he came back with this like demonic rope that allowed him to overthrow his wife, and then he created a puppet of his wife to still have control over the people of Latria. But if you look at the imagery, it's like Catholic symbolism, but with like so he's wearing a crown of thorns. You guys can't see it in this picture. The monk is wearing a crown of thorns. He's called the Old Monk, but he's sitting on like a Catholic and like Western throne. There's like some really cool imagery happening here with like the penance and like the suffering that both Catholic monks and like Buddhist monks, certain sects of Buddhist monks endure. And then I also found out too that Japan's like only representation of like Catholicism that actually stuck within their society was the Jesuit Catholics who believed in self-flagellation. So self-flagellation became like a Catholic Japanese, like that's their exposure to Catholicism. Or like obviously there are different Catholic groups that are there now, but like in Japanese history, one of the first instances of Catholicism in Japan was the self-flagellating Jesuits, which is like insane. It's crazy. But yeah, they're wearing the yellow robes. It's supposed to be in reference to The King in Yellow, which is a little bit of like a love story. It's a little bit of a political drama. There's like a bunch of short stories. It's also a little bit of a horror, like a supernatural horror, but pretty much like the whole premise of all the different stories, because it's like an anthology of like 10 plus stories. And the stories all center around this like entity that can transcend settings and media and art, and he can appear in like multiple different, like he can appear in movies, he can appear in other people's books, he can appear in anything else. He can appear in video games, we see him in like so much like Lovecraft inspired stuff, especially in like tabletop games. You know, he appears in George R. R. Martin's books. He's all over the place. He's the original SCP, 100%. No mask, yeah, no mask. The frenzied head is the mask, and there is no mask. I wear no mask. Like, it's straight up like a big blown out eyeball. There's no face. True Detective Season 1, The King in Yellow appears. The King in Yellow also inspired Moorcock's Eternal Champions mythos, which Miyazaki takes from heavily. Absolutely, Comfy Knight. Absolutely. He is that girl. Yeah, but like the whole plot point is like, especially the first story of the King in Yellows. Sorry, the first story of the King in Yellow. So Robert W. Chambers was the person who invented the King in Yellow as like a concept. That was his short story anthology. But the short stories were supposed to take place in like one of the short stories takes place in a dystopian reality where their like capitalism is quite deeply taken root, and as soon as people stop kind of becoming mentally fit or mentally well or are able to be productive, they're encouraged to enter these like suicide chambers. And there's this man who read this book called The King in Yellow, and he started to like go insane, and he thought that he was like the second coming of the King in Yellow, and then he like kidnaps, I'm trying to remember the story. I think he like kidnaps this woman, or he thinks he's trying to force this woman to like marry him. And it like obviously doesn't go well, but it's kind of like hinting at like, this is what a sick society breeds. It breeds this kind of man. It breeds fascism. It breeds, you know, it breeds like so much suffering. And so there's like this connection between the King in Yellow with fascism and suffering and like a bunch of other concepts. But in Miyazaki's work, it kind of seems like it initially started off as the old monk was somebody who was leading like a conquest to overthrow his wife. But it definitely still has to do with like political power. And then King Jeremiah and the Xanthus Robe was also like an iteration of it. And then eventually in Elden Ring, it's become this like ascetic monk who is engaging in like self-flagellation to be able to like, or like to endure the punishment of like the horn scent. And it's through this, through enduring the pain and experiencing extreme pain when he finally pulls the spear out of him, that he's able to transcend. And I think that like the whole point of that imagery is just like this like weird relationship with suffering and like wanting to melt down concepts, if that makes sense. Can we have a look at Nanaya's body? Her face is visible. Yeah, let's go back. Well, let me oh wait, I needed to go to a walking mausoleum to get what's it called? I think that we can get to the fact that there's a discussion chamber too. Oh my god. The image people have of Radagon is so messed up. LOL. Now that he was idolized by Elden Jesus, it's pretty much confirmed that he was a very kind person. Yeah. I mean, like, I think his relationship with animals was, like, obviously a very endearing thing. Also, the Belurot architectural motifs in here go crazy. Like, it's pretty clear that Midra and some kind of, like, had some kind of relationship with Belurot. I always thought the Lord of Frenzied Flame head that you have reminded me of Gold Mask, and now Midra all skinny. I think that's what Gold Mask really learned. So, I disagree with you there, Void Lawyer. So, frenzied flame represents chaos. It represents the dissolving of all concepts. Like, the lack of the acknowledgement of concepts. Whereas, like, a gold mask represents order. So they're on two sides of the same spectrum, but polar opposites of each other. And the reason why Gold Mask and Midra both look like that is because they're both ascetic monks. I wish we could equip the frenzied head. Me too. I'm trying to remember how to get to Nanaya's body. I thought I was right there, but I don't remember. Wasn't it up there? Oh yeah, it's up there. Sorry y'all, it's been a hot minute. Gotta jump in the bookcases. Yeah. Yeah, you're so right, you're so right. I think Radon definitely made the vow, but I clearly think Mikola forced him to uphold it. I think Jen in the comment section and I were definitely like speculating a while ago that Helfin and the concept of Helfin is related to the Shadow Keep, because the steeples look exactly like Helfin's steeples, and the light at the top of the keep is Mesmer's flame. And there seems to be some kind of like relationship with death and Helfin's steeple a little bit, and we also see the boats filled with ash of people who've been burnt. But there is this concept of Valhalla that is talked about throughout the game, loosely. That Helfin leads to Valhalla. Hold on. Ooh. Yeah, the Shadowlands is filled with tons of death. Yeah, it's where all manners of death wash up, right? Yeah, so here's this bitch. I kind of wonder if she's from Rana, like the dancer is. A little bit. Who? I'm really disappointed we didn't get to interact with Godwin in any way. Yeah. Napping on the job. Girl's dead. I wonder, like... I think Tana is also from Rana for sure. Absolutely. She was pregnant in the painting, right? Yeah, she was pregnant in the painting. So it's unclear what the fuck happened regarding that. Who's the child then, I wonder? I know. You think the torch is the baby? I always thought the torch was another man. Hold on. I always thought the torch was like another... Hold on. In a distant land in an age-long past was born a man who failed to become the frenzied lord. All that remains of him is gently cradled by Nanaya. I think this was a man. I think this was a man's spine, because this is huge. This is massive. This is not a baby spine. This ain't no baby. This is another guy that she was... Like, I think that she is normally the consort of, like, the Frenzied Flame Lord, but, like, it seems like her previous husband died. Her previous boy, her previous man died. The baby might have grown up. Maybe. Big baby. She had big baby? Is that what everybody... I mean, you're small. Real girl bosses got that spine-in torch. This is such a cool torch. It really is. Just like a blown-out pupil. It's the sickest design of all time. But what if Big Baby? God. I don't know if I could use the skill. Yeah, I can't use it. I don't have enough faith. My character's really stupid and she doesn't believe in God. But she really, really loves Arcane, which I suppose is like the cult. What does that mean for her? I don't know. She definitely pledged to Moog. Same, honestly. Burpo, you just killed one girl. A goth atheist. She's a crystal mommy. A goth jock. But yeah, somebody said I missed an item here, but I don't even remember. I heard there was cut dialogue found in a text dump that was just something generic, like I am Radon, son of Radagon. Assuming it was true. I mean, yeah. But I imagine, given how many people, how people died to Radon so often, I think that people were probably trying to circumvent the I am Melania Blade of Mikola, and I've never known defeat. Like, I think that FromSoft was trying to nip that in the bud, probably. Missed an item at Ener Ilum too. Oh. Okay, do you guys mind if I take a lunch break? And then I'll be back to, let's just explore today. For the rest of the day, let's just explore. I also need to go hug my partner. Because I did it! I'll go in there and I'll tell Lee I killed a man, and then Lee will give me a hug and will dab me up. Yes, experience lore. Yes, I'm so excited to finally be able to like experience the game. Ugh. I loved the Curse You Bale repeat every time I summoned Igon. Yeah. Can chat hug me? Oh my goodness. I really want to get into the lore of the Skadu tree, the Skibidi tree, because I like don't, I understand. The only reason, the only reason why I think I kind of understand it is because of the pillar lore that we just talked about, and like the balance of the balance of opposites, and how like this tree very clearly is like unbalanced and there's something wrong with it, and there's some kind of like Marika's sin. There's something going on, but like it's still kind of unclear to me. Like I still feel like a little bit like, I know it's pronounced Shadow Tree technically, but yeah, we just call it the Skibidi scoliosis. It does look like a burned tree, which often leaks sap. Yeah, but it looks like it was once... So, hold on, let me show you guys something really quick before I go to lunch. I just got here, skibbity scoliosis. Don't worry about it. Where is it? It's... I think it's over... There's like the tree where you fight Quaylane. Dude, I want to slap the shit out of that man. The skibbity bush. Please. Oh my god. Don't make me... Okay, so it seems like there are a ton of areas throughout the game where these double helix trees were being cultivated by... Hold on, let me get rid of these boys so I can talk freely without being distracted. Okay. These double helix trees were like being cultivated by the people of Bellerot all over the place. And I kind of wonder if like the shadow tree was supposed to have this double helix cultivation, but something about it caused it to like get fucked up. Yeah, there's that one shield about twisted trees. I actually don't think I have it on this character. I know which one you're talking about though. What if Marika wanted to do away with the lens of shadows, and why covering it instead of raising it? I don't think that she could raise it or like destroy it. But I also think that, like, she loves Mesmer despite being fucking scared of the boy. What if... But I don't... You know what? I take that back. I don't think she loves Mesmer. I think she loves Mesmer, but I don't think she loves Mesmer. As somebody that now has, like, a stepchild, if I were to rule the next era and I had to make my stepchild take the fall for me and, like, demonize that child and like let that child go and like seal that child away in like a realm of shadow, I couldn't fucking do that. I would rather simply just die. Like, what the fuck? Girl. The tree looks like Meteor's tail. It does! I know. It's the, like, two fingers opposing concept. But what if it was for revenge? I don't know. You get to a point when you get old, and I'm old with a T. Old. I'm not, like, old. I'm not, like, 60, 80, 70. I'm not, like, 90. I'm not, like, 100. You know, but, like, I'm getting there. I'm getting there. And, like, I have a kid now. There's, like, a point where you just kind of stop caring about what happened to you in your life, and you kind of start living your life around your kids and other people, and you stop worrying about like shit that happened to you when you were a kid, like a long time ago. There was some like trauma that I went through with my family. Would I ever want to like fist fight them in a pit? No. Because, like, I've gotten to a point getting older where I'm, like, trying to focus on shit. But I think that, like, I don't know. Mistreating Mesmer was probably another thing she regretted later in life. Here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. I think she was scared of Mesmer. There's, like, lore that says that she was scared of the base snake. Marika sealed the Land of Shadow before she broke the ring. So kind of to protect Mesmer from all the demigod stuff. I don't know if that's true. I think it was to protect the tree or like the era from the snakes, because the snakes are god devourers. And like Rykard revives it using via Tanith. Like Rykard and Tanith fully like revive the thing she was scared of, which is like hilarious to me. Any idea who Mesmer's father might be? It's Radagon. I think it's Radagon. Potentially. So the base snake is representative to Nidhogg? Potentially? Wait, hold on. Briefly, I entertained the idea of Mesmer having burned Melina accidentally, which certainly wouldn't help Marika's image of him. I have briefly entertained that too, Jazz. Like, I don't know why she's burned him bodiless. I don't know why. Like, what is that? Wait, who is Mesmer's sister? Melina. It's confirmed in the lore that Mesmer is Melina's sibling. Any reason given for why Melina had Torrent? Nope. Just that, like, it's very likely that it was left with her by Miquella, or that... Because Ronnie also gives us the Spirit Calling Bell and the 3 wolf ashes, and Ronnie says this is from Torrent's former master. So it seems like Miquella had been leaving us shit. Which is like... Oh my god, Trina, thank you so much for the raid. Were you guys playing the DLC too? What were y'all up to? Didn't Marika burn the shaman village? Wait, Marika... I don't think Marika burned the shaman village. I don't know what you're talking about. Why does Miquella have 4 arms? 4 arms is like a spiritual omen. In what's it called? In Elden Ring lore, it's like seen as auspicious. It's seen as like a good luck. I don't even have the crafting items. I don't have the legs, the leggies, do I? Yeah, I don't have the crafting items for it. He has 3 arms, but he originally had 4 arms, but one of his arms is left. But it's weird because he says my arm dextral that he leaves behind, but it's not his left arm, it's his right arm. Or wait, is it his left arm? Yeah, it's his left arm. Wait, is dextral left? He abandons one of his arms. He leaves both arms. I thought he says my arm dextral, so I guess he abandons both. What the fuck? He has no. So in the boss fight, he's missing from like here down on one of his arms. So I don't know why. Maybe the 4 arms with like the 3 symbolism, because 3 is seen as like a bad omen and 4 is seen as like a good omen. It was like a whole thing. But yeah, I'm gonna go take a break really quick, y'all. I need to eat lunch. I need to go eat lunch. I'm so hungry. I'm starving. Give me 1 sec, y'all.
I have a quick question. Do you have the spoons for me to vent to you about something really quickly? It's content creator stuff, and I was just curious about it. But yeah, I hope you're having a great day, and I hope you're enjoying the DLC. I love seeing your posts on Twitter about it. It's been so much fun.
back. I'm back. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, we were talking about the 4 arms thing. I also totally forgot too. There's that scene where Mikola is like sitting and like whispering to Godwin the memory. Or Godwin, what the fuck, Radon? Where Mikola's like, if we uphold our promise, please, Lord Brother. Like that little, Mikola only has 2 arms there, I think? Right? He's baby then, yeah. What did you eat? Radon, fuck you. I had the rest of my barbecue sandwich that I had the other day. When is that scene? After you defeat Radon, you can access it in the Also, can we talk about the placement of these ruins is so weird. Would that be like 2 fingers and like a thumb? Would that be 3 fingers? Like the fingerprints? It's so, this one is so close to Mance. And then this one is so close to Marika. Marika's like literally like stuck between 2 finger ruins. You think they're all separate events? It kind of looks like someone went. Shadowlands is a throwing ball, confirmed. Did you notice the map is like a full hand grasping with the abyss area being the palm? Like right here. And then these being fingies. I don't think I actually explored, so areas I don't feel like I explored properly or too much. Didn't really explore this area too much. I didn't really explore, I didn't really explore this ravine too much because it scared me. But I also just want to hang out in, can I hang out, chat, will you guys let me hang out in Raw? Lands Between is like a frisbee. Look at the night. Wow. Oh, yeah. Okay. I have a PvP arc where you inva innocent players in the DLC, where you invade. I have a PvP arc where you invade innocent players in the DLC. What do you mean? What do you mean by this? Can we hang out in the abyss? Yeah, we can hang out in the abyss. I need to go parry the abyss, the winter lanterns. So there, I think there's a place where you can go beyond that ravine, right? What do you mean? I can't type. You will invade peeps? Okay, wait. So Cosmo said you will invade peeps. Where are you, Cosmos? You will invade peeps where you have innocent players in the DLC. What does this mean? Did you just say Winter Lantern? Yeah, it did say Winter Lantern. Also, because we beat the DLC, I'm just gonna do whatever the fuck I want to do. You're not the boss of me anymore, Mikola. I'm my own boss. I can make my own rules. My life, my rules. They're asking if you'll be doing any invasions. Oh. You, Ingenue, will you invade players? Thank you. Cosmos, you have to talk to me like I'm an infant right now because my brain is like soft. My brain is soft and smooth after I beat Radon. I don't... Oh. Well, there goes like 200,000. No, I just want to go stare at shit, Cosmos. I just want to go stare at shit. Invade people with Miquella's incantation. No, I just want to go stare at ancient ruins. I just want to go be Indiana Jones for like 2 seconds. Bruh, I just beat Radon and same. I know, go lay down in the shopping village. That's like very much what I need. To be honest, I need more of that sandwich. That was kind of unreal. Yay, Danger Man, congrats! I streamed my playthrough, and when I had finished the DLC, I had been awake for 32 hours, and I was on attempt 70 and had to parry him 36 times in the fight to win. I was literally like, alright, stream, bye, I'm done, I need to sleep. That toasted ringtail, that like fully happened to me yesterday. We streamed for 6 hours straight. We streamed for 6 hours straight where I was just like, I was fully like, Sean says, tell me about the sandwich. You don't understand, Sean. It was a regular like smoked chickie sandwich, but then they gave me this like rib sauce that went so hard. And you dip your chickie sandwich in like the sauce. It's like, it's not quite barbecue sauce, or it's barbecue sauce, but it's like done right. It's like thin and not super sweet and just like, it's fucking good. Is it true the putrescent knight in the files is called the Glowmide Queen Knight? I've never heard that, but I don't know. It sounds like Tub Subs. I cannot confirm nor deny because I don't want to dox where I'm at. Any thoughts on potential reasons why we meet Meteor, but we don't see any of the Two Fingers in the DLC? Because I think all the Two Fingers were brought to the Lands Between. Sekiro Doobie said it was. Oh, okay. Well, it's very likely they scrapped that connection. I think it was one of the data miners who found that. I think that given the fact that we didn't get any Glowmide Queen stuff in the game, we'll see. I kind of, to be honest, you guys, this is probably an unpopular opinion because I'm sure, I don't know how they would do it, to be honest, actually. Because there's this piece of me that's like, I hope they make another Elden Ring DLC, but also with like game balancing and scaling and like the Skadu Tree blessings or the Shadow Tree blessings. You know, like, I just think it would just be it would be hard for them on the game mechanic side of things. But I would love another DLC. I also feel like the Glowmide Queen is getting the Velka treatment. I said that a couple days ago. Yeah, I said that before the DLC came out. I was like, if the Glowmide Queen doesn't get lore, I wouldn't be surprised because she is Velka. But they made an announcement that they're not going to do any DLCs, that this was like the last DLC for Elden Ring. But I really feel like they could do another one, and I think that so many people will be stoked. Maybe they get mysterious intentionally. That's how Velka was. Velka was like the backbone of Dark Souls. Who's Velka? She's like a very important DLC. She's a very important character in Dark Souls. And she's associated with like the moon and like the dark moon and like death. And there were full-blown like Velka cults in Dark Souls 1 and Dark Souls 3. There's an entire undead settlement. The undead settlement level is built on like a Velka cult. And there's like tons of crows flying around, and you can find a Velka statue hidden deep underneath the city, the undead settlement. It's like such a huge part of Dark Souls, but Velka is never introduced to us. We never get any like boss fight with her. We never get any kind of like manifestation of her. She's very much like a god that is in the background and is never really like given much, you know, much of a presence, but she's supposed to be kind of like a looming atmospheric presence in the game. Is it mentioned anywhere that the Horn Scent created the Omen Curse to haunt Marika? I don't think that they created it so much so as like horns and Horn Scent are like a natural part of the setting. Do we have any idea what the fuck Marika was grabbing out of that hair out of the trailer? I don't know. I've been kind of like looking at some of the Inquisitor robes and some of the other stuff going on there. I don't know. And I don't think we'll ever know. To be fair. Bonnie Village ghost lore, I think, hints at the ideas of the bodies of the hung Horn Scent holding a grudge and cursing her children, mirroring all the other curses and afflictions in the Land of Shadow that affected her children. Yeah, I mean, like, there's that. Yeah, exactly. They're called the Horn Curses, but like, nah, dude, it's just genetics. That's kind of how I feel about it. It's the same with like the Fire Giants curse, like the fire giants. I kind of wonder if it's just genetics, because in Nordic mythology, a lot of the gods are sons or daughters of giants, and it's this like, it's weird. It's interesting. Yeah, okay. I am going to do some of the painting quests, I think, and I'm going to go... I love how you can see the Divine Gate from here, and this is so sick. The raw ruins is so beautiful. I also think, too, the fact that they're creating just this big spiral that goes up, obviously Tower of Babel vibes, but the aspect of the Crucible relating to a vortex, and the fact that they're grafting all these people together to create this giant vortex is so interesting. It's so cool. It's beautiful. I love this. They really... Miyazaki's team is like really unhinged. The whole point of the horns is that they grew on animals that aren't supposed to have them. They aren't natural. But like, the thing is that they've been growing on animals that aren't supposed to have them since before Queen Marika's age. That's been a thing. And if you read the Crucible talisman stuff, it says that those aspects were seen as holy in divine times, but now are disdained as an impurity as civilizations advanced. So like, it's pretty clear that like, history's been changed a little bit. History has been shifted by the Golden Order. History's been rewritten. Is Ra the only place we see a blue sky in Elden Ring? I want to say so. Who says they are unnatural? The individuals who hate the Horn Scent. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Marika offered a lock of her own golden hair as an offering to the confession of grandmother. Maybe it was grandmother who she betrayed and took a lock of golden hair from in the trailer as part of her own ascension to godhood. That could be it. It didn't look like a head that she was reaching into, but that could be it. So horns are a sign of the sun god now, right? Or why do they even happen? Yeah, it seems like they're a natural. Okay, so people with horns are normal now. Yeah, in the DLC they are, and there's even animals with horns. There's owls and turtles. There's like tons of animals that have like Crucible horns. Not this boar. But there's like, I was showing him off, there's this turtle with like a crown of horns that you can see down in the ravine. It's really cool. There's tons of owls with horns like throughout the lands, but or the Shaded Realm. Is the Divine Gate necessary for Radon's soul and Mohg's body merging? If not, at which point could it happen? Did Mikola do it the moment we killed Mohg? I don't know. I'm curious. Oh my god, I missed the horned turtle. I can show you guys the horned turtle. Yeah, sorry, YouTube is in slow mode. We had too many people popping off right out the gate. Was he down here? Where was he? He was somewhere like under a waterfall or like in the ravine somewhere. I think he was, I could have sworn he was down here somewhere. Please, we love him. Yeah, so I think that the BJ pillars that we talked about earlier have to do with performing divine miracles. So like in the Bible, the two pillars, people are typically healed or brought back to life between them. So I think that that's why the Solomonic columns are used, is because it's supposed to be like Mikola's using these like ancient pillars to perform this like divine miracle of resurrection. Divine power couples. Ooh. Ooh. Ow. There's a lot of horned turtles in the DLC. That's what I'm saying, though, is that there's like lots of animals that have horns. And it seems to be like just a thing. But then the Crucible talismans suggest that they're seen as an impurity as civilization advances. Oh, shit. Did you get all the Crucible talismans? I think so. I didn't get... Is there a Crucible talisman in this game? I fought the Crucible Knight, and I got his armor and his weapon, but I haven't found the talisman if there's another one here. How do you feel about the Gaius and Radon lore and their friendship? I love it. I think it like kind of plays into the aspect of that Mikola liked in him, that he was kind, and it's cool that he had a friend who was like an Albinoric. Like, Mikola was trying to conjoin everybody. Or like force everybody to hold hands, so. The Crucible Feather Talisman. Okay, okay. Yeah, I haven't found it yet. Also, that sandwich made me real eepy. The owls have horns too, that's what I said. Yeah, somebody was saying horns are not natural, and they were arguing that the horns were never natural, but like in the DLC they are like very, very much natural. Like, they happen all over the place. At the very least, I have like I definitely have like a fucked up theory about like where the horns came from though. Like initially, I kind of wonder if like the horns and the spiral imagery and because like the Crucible horn attack that we see a lot of the swordsmen use, it looks like the meteorite fingers and like the finger runes. So I kind of wonder if it's like the influence of the gods that allow for some of this stuff to happen. I don't know. I'm still sitting on that though. It could be completely natural. That's why I'm saying, like, I'm just kind of curious because it's the art direction for the horn. Do you guys know what attack I'm talking about? It's like the horn, Ash of War, Crucible, Ash of War, where like you shoot up the horns from underground, and they have like really interesting, intricate lines on them. It could just be lines from the horns. It's like it's the one, because when I say Crucible attack, oh fuck, I need to get out of here. Hold on. Aspects of the Crucible include horns, by the way. And it's one of the knights that was studying Ra. No, not the Midra sword. Hold on, I'm running for my life. Give me a sec, y'all. I don't even know if I'll be able to use it. Horned Warrior's Greatsword. Horn Calling, Storm. Yeah, I can't use it. We need to respec just for the lore to use the spells and incantations. I'm trying to see if there's a smaller version of it. Because I could have sworn there's like the great sword and then there's the kind of smaller sword that they use. But dual curve. There are the small ones are curved swords, I believe. Okay. Horned Warrior sword. Okay. Oh, I don't have enough faith. Hold on, wait. How much faith do I need? Oh, I don't think I have talismans that can boost me that high. Oh. They could just be horns. Oh. Yeah, they're just horns. I was just kind of thinking about it passively. I was like, do these kind of look like the finger runes? But no, I don't think so. I think that the just the overall like fingerprint motif kind of just was reminiscent to me of like the horn indentations, but I don't think they're the same. I do not think they're the same. But I do think it is interesting that the trees, that the Belurot people are making are like really reminiscent of the we call this Meteor's cell phone. I definitely think that like there's something about the double helix that channels it. Melania wasn't dead. Melania didn't die. Oh, by the way, I went back to Bonnie Village and I was wrong. There is not a tree person there. Valid. Fair. What is a horn but an uncivilized finger? God damn it. That sounds like something Gideon would say. Question, doesn't the Glomide Queen Greatsword also have double helixes? Yes, it does. The only shaman tree person is in Marika's village. Yes. No, it doesn't seem like Melania was under Miklow's control. She whispers something to Radon that we finally got confirmation on what it is, and it seems like she was helping him. If somebody was under your control, you wouldn't be making statues of them everywhere. Like, Mikla definitely loved their sibling, and I think people that are simplifying Mikla as evil are overlooking the bigger picture of like what trauma does to people. It's the same as like same as Marika. Marika and Mikla's actions are both objectively wrong, but their behavior leading up to it, it's like the road to hell is paved to good intentions. What was whispered? It was like you made the vow to Mikla. Or like, don't you remember, you bitch? That's what she whispered to him. She said, hey, little stinky man. That's what she said. Hold on, sorry, I'm so tired, you guys. Those exact words. I'm gonna just carry around Radon's helmet. She said, Mikla awaits thee, O promised consort. That's what she said, yeah. Melania nuked a country for fun. She made everybody stinky. You can't expect gamers to go beyond the he's just like Griffith for real when he's so obviously different. Yeah, he's very different. His motivations come from like a solely different place. Yeah. I kind of want to go explore this area. Yeah, so the Horned Outer God, PNW, I definitely think is supposed to be the Fell God. Because the Fell God is like the sun, and it has horns. I think they worshipped the Fell God, and I think that's why Morgott is called the Fell Omen. Is that like it's supposed to be an omen of like that. What are the odds of a highlight reel being edited together? I'm going to make my videos downloadable on Twitch, and if people want to highlight it and upload it, y'all are totally welcome to. Please feel free. I also have had people submit to me like fan edit, like we have a Radon like our seamless co-op run that we did. That edit was submitted by somebody, which was really sweet of them, but I don't have time to do I don't have time to do like an edit, unfortunately. I think the thing I feel people don't get is the eugenics element of Marika and the horn set. Absolutely. And I think Radagon is like went a little too far with that. Because Golden Order fundamentalism just like echoes purity, and like Marika's, you know, Marika having an unalloyed gold child is like very coded. We need a BJ edit. I'm playing on PlayStation 5, so I use a PlayStation 5 controller. Hey, we did it. We found the four-toed foot. Having 3 digits is seen as a bad omen. As such, the four-toed owl foot is a gift of great luck. Yeah, I think that all of them are kind of the same, Jen, but it's like about the environments or the conditions that they were brought up in. And what kind of influence the environment has on them, I think, maybe. Placidus X. Yeah, Placidus X does have 4 heads. I think it's mutations, yeah. Whee! What are these boys doing? Are they praying? Yeah, they are. They're praying. They're praying. I would too. I mean, it's pretty. Oh, wow. Hi Quailog, I just want to say it's been an awesome experience. To experience the road to the DLC and the DLC of itself with you and your community, I learned a lot about everything, and people are so chill here. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. It means a lot. Hey Goom. Thank you. I bought the Elden Ring Volume 1 art book and immediately had to go back and get Volume 2. It's so good. I have been too broke to afford them, but I want them so bad. I want them so bad. The suppressing pillar keeps me up at night, for real. Or whatever that thing is. That is crazy. That's like the single most crazy building. As I say as I stand next to like a divine tower made out of bodies. I think about those a lot. I think about this fucking thing a lot. Y'all, ever since we found out that that little thing on it is an eyeball, I've been losing my mind. It's an eyeball. Any idea on who and what Romina is? So Romina is in the story trailer. She was just a girl. She was just a girly, and she was a girly, and she worshipped at the Church of the Bud. And she worshipped this flower that is like distinctly... I guess like initially the flower was associated with something before it changed. But we don't know what, but like the nature of the flower changed over time. It says that there was a time when these buds were not touched by the Scarlet Rot's blight, when they were a symbol of the small church deep within the ancient ruins of Ra. So like, it's pretty clear that these, the Church of the Bud and like the flowers had like different significance before Scarlet Rot was suppressed. Wait, it turns you into fingers? What? Yeah, it's like a finger egg. It's like an egg of like the finger aliens. There is a small eyeball on each of your fingers, it's true. Talisman of all crucibles, let's go. A giant mass of intermingling crucible attributes reduces damage taken from critical hits and headshots, and also improves the effectiveness of rolling and backstepping. Rumored to have sprouted upon giants, and is known as the Mother of Crucibles in ancient tower lore. I really wonder, do you guys remember the flower crucible? Ferrum floating over the tower makes some sense of the whole vortex of the crucible and how the lion dance kind of mimics some of the dragon abilities. Ooh, yeah, you're right. But where, so like, it would have been roughly right here. What does the Fell God have to do with the Crucible? Chaotic order and the melting of concepts. Hold on. Like, when I think of cleansing fire and like the sun, I think of like a kiln or a crucible and being able to melt and mix concepts together. But I'm so EB. I might actually like call the stream pretty soon, you guys. What time is it? 1:33? Which aspect incantations do you have? I'm trying to see something. In an age long past before this land was enshrouded in shadow, the vitality of the Crucible flourished. Remains of this can be seen in the ancient ruins. I really wonder, okay, wait, I really wonder, right here, before Belurot settled here, if there was some kind of significance with this area. Because it's so interesting to me that the grand stairway leads to this spot. Like, what was here before? But I guess we'll never know, right? It's lost history, babes. Yeah, the Crucible definitely seems like Ra related, but I think that like Belurot somehow harnessed aspects of it and like powers of it for sure, because of the significance of like the spiral imagery and like the vortex of the Crucible. Did you manage to not get spoiled for the final boss? Yes, but like the game kind of like spoils it for you. I did the Ansbach and Freya questline and they flat out tell you what the boss is gonna be. Yeah, Kira. Yeah, I mentioned the Tower Bubble before. Also, wait, I meant to do paintings. But my brain is slowly starting to shut down. So yesterday we streamed for about 6 hours trying to defeat Radon. And then today I beat him within 30 minutes of the stream. I am so tired. I am so tired. I've been streaming like every day for about a week now, for like 8 hours or so. And I definitely think I'm gonna end stream early today so that way I can like go lay on the couch and just like chill for the rest of the day. I deserve it. Oh my god, bro, I can't imagine. It's like, I love streaming with you guys because like with Jen and Cosmos and like everybody else in the chat who's been like theorizing with me, it's so fun to share that like nonstop. But I think what gets exhausting is sometimes we'll get a lot of people that will like come in kind of late into the stream or like midway into the stream. And sometimes people will just like throw questions at me like totally with good intentions. Like I know that everybody's just like curious and wants to interface with like the game. But we'll all be talking about like, okay, where do we think the Crucible is? Is it in Ra? Is it in Bellerot? We'll all be like theorizing and like freaking out. And then somebody will come in and be like, hey, so like, did you know that Ingon is like gonna help you fight the dragon? Like, or people will ask like what Ingon's favorite like food is or something. And I'm just like, what the fuck? I think that sometimes it can be kind of exhausting, like trying to like keep up to speed with everybody. Have you beaten insert boss here yet? Yeah. I have an insane amount to discuss. This DLC gave me too much, especially with the cosmic elements. Same! Oh my god. Oh my god, it was like... Ingon loves a good bratwurst. Quaylog, did you know there are flowers in the DLC? Listen here. But I would absolutely love to like lay on the couch in complete silence and like explore and digest everything just like quietly. I think the past week has been a lot, but I will be back. I will be back. I'll probably be streaming. I'll probably give myself like a couple days break. And then I'm gonna be probably writing some scripts and publishing some videos. I'm so behind like Vati and Smog and everybody else. But I feel that I have like a pretty good grasp on what is happening. There's just like a couple things that I feel there's just a couple things that I feel are slightly different. Take like a weekend break. Yeah. And playing Dawn Trail, oh my god, I can't even... I totally forgot Dawn Trail's coming out. Holy shit. I forgot fucking Yoshi P Elden Ring DLC. No, Yoshi P, Yoshida, I'm sorry. Yoshida, I'm sorry. The Mira board's gonna be popping off. It definitely is. Oh, Yoshi P. Yoshida. I'm sorry. I don't know if I'm going to be able to play on time. I want to, though. He gave us a week and we thought that would be enough. I know. I know. I'm getting a big-ass tattoo tomorrow and taking the weekend off to recover. It would be so cool to get like a victory tattoo. I want a sword. Maybe the spear lance that I beat the game with. No, Quaylog, don't take damage from the physic tier, no. Oh. I got essays I can write, but this is going to take a while to digest. I need to look at the architecture symbolically instead of trying to date events. Same, Jen. So, like, I think the thing that I'm going to struggle with the most, or the thing that I know that is going to come up a lot, is I need to make sure that I have my timelines, the military timelines, the military events that have happened here. I need to make sure that I get them correct. Because I was totally not anticipating... Like, I understood Rolana was going to be present in the game. I understood that, like, we were going to get some carrion lore. But I just don't think I realized how recent the sealing of the Shadowlands was. I just don't think I realized. For some reason, I thought it would have been, like, a longer time ago. Like, when the giants were defeated kind of vibes. But, like, it seems like the Carrions could have gotten here secretly. So I think that with Ymir, I think Ymir and Miriam definitely got here through the inverted tower somehow, because Ymir has, like, Miriam's shit, and there's, like, all the weird, like, the hourglass looks like Ymir in the Carrion study hall. I think they were doing some, like, weird shenanigans. But I do think that Rolana married Mesmer during the Erdtree Carrion Alliance because of the shield. Is this one? It says, once wielded by Rolana, the Twin Moon Knight, during her sole entry into ritual combat, a demonstration of fidelity to the Erdtree. So it definitely seemed like when the Carrions and the Erdtree created their alliance, and King Consort Radagon married Renala, that Rolana then followed Mesmer. The Divine Gate is not the oldest event in the lore review group, because Belurat, as a civilization, studied the ruins of Ra. The ruins of Ra, and then I would even argue the Ul Palace ruins are, like, the two oldest pieces of civilization in the games. Rolana forgot her shield at Mesmer's. Oh no, she did. Uh-oh. Scandal. Look into the Hans Talifer's dual shield. Oh, okay. The dueling shield for judicial combat. Okay. I'm just surprised out of all the things. Wait, I'm surprised all of this got hidden despite how modern everything is. I know, right? Like, so Jen, like, I was reeling about the fact that, like when people get lost to history, like Mesmer, for example, we don't hear anything about Mesmer as, like, a character in the base game. But we do get references about, like, a red snake who is a traitor to the Erdtree. But we don't get an idea of who that is. At first I thought it was Rykard. But, like, it's very clear that it's referencing Mesmer, because all of Mesmer's stuff says that, like, Queen Marika and him... Mesmer's old. All of the gods are very old. But, like, the sealing away of the Shadowlands is, like, a little bit... newer than I thought. It's newer than I thought. When Radagon left her, the Academy realized she was no champion. Yeah. Do we have a theory for why Mikola dropped Saint Trina where he did? I have a theory that is, like, based off of mythology. It's the Manse Manor? Wait, what? So, like, the red spider lilies and the blue flowers have to do with Japanese depictions of the afterlife. And there's a myth about Izanami and Izanagi. And, excuse me, I'm gonna burp. And, the gate to hell is quite literally like a tunnel that goes underground. So he went and buried her deep in like this kind of like spiritual afterlife. Just visually, that's like the vibe. But as far as like why and the explicit in-game chat, I don't know. Do you have any theories on the massive boats from all over the Cerulean coast? We know that the Nox and the Newman came over on boats, so it could be that there's some other stuff happening. But we also have somebody from a place called Rana that is buried here. So I don't know. Yeah, apparently they planned for the Petra night to be the Glowmide Queen's night. Very weird. Yeah. It's a very weird area. They're coffins, yeah. They are coffins, but they're boats. So it's like a culture where boats are like very important. Yeah, they could be a reference to the Mariners too. But like the symbolism, so the Mariners have a lot of like Nordic and Celtic looking inspiration, but the boats have a lot of like Mesopotamian and like, yeah, like the celestial bowl that's on there. They look really interesting. I don't know. Hold up. Wasn't there like a depiction of people? But we know they're full of dead bodies. But yeah, I am gonna go. I'm gonna go to sleep. I'm gonna go lay down. I deserve it. I deserve it. I just have so much to talk about just the Shadow Keep. I know, it's a whole other game. It's a whole other game. I'm so tired. I did it. I did it. Eternal sleep time. Yeah. Yeah, the boat, somebody said the boat, or the bowl was really nice to see. It's in some of the ancient dynasty steels. 100%. Yeah. Like, there's definitely a huge relationship with coffins and boats and transportation in this game, especially in the Old Palace ruins. So, yeah, like, there's so much. Enjoy your eternal slumber. Thank you, everybody. This was a great lore theory Thursday. Trina's dead in my game. Banu. Trina's fully dead. Goodbye, everybody.